Burnett is who he went to go work for. Mark Burnett, very big name in reality TV world. If you're in your head like I did immediately when I thought about that, I was like, wait, wasn't Erica on a show randomly? What's the show called Summer House in 2019? Interestingly enough, when Mark Burnett took over MGM, became the chairperson of MGM, they did acquire. He owned Summer House. So that's interesting. So there could be a connection there. There could not be one. But I'd be interested to know who her PR person was there, and I will ask how she got on the show. Anyways. Hey, it's Alicia, your AI coach and trainer. I have a question for you. Do you know how to dance? Or maybe you wish you did? Listen, you'll be all right. Back to Andrew Colbat. Back to Johnny Moore. Johnny Moore immediately and consistently, despite establishing the Kairos company, wanted his job back at Liberty University. He wanted to be still a part of Liberty University, and the question is why? Why was the Kairos company so interested in keeping a leg inside of growing evangelical organizations? Do you remember back when the ADL put me on their list, before I got fired, before the whole Christ is King debacle? That's what they put me on the list for. And then a year later, Dr. Jordan Peterson, and a certain Reverend Johnny Moore created a report and doubled down explaining that Christ is King is in fact actually anti-Semitic, and they created this whole video graphic to show that I was a radical for saying Christ is King. Yeah, that's Johnny Moore and his beliefs pretty much in a nutshell. Like, he just does disastrous PR to defend the state of Israel. But boy, is it earning him some money. He serves on the ADL task force. He received the Medal of Valor from the Simon Wiesenthal Center. These are the organizations, by the way, they were born out of Zionist gangs, literal gangs, just to be clear, and they are the very organizations behind the initial attacks on me that have from the beginning been meant to pull me and Charlie apart by drumming up weird anti-Semitism scandals and then having donors demand action. Anyway, I want you to hear Reverend Johnny Moore in his own words so you can catch his drift, catch his vibe, if you will. Take a listen.
So now, I'm involved in the ADL in all kinds of ways. I'm a part of the ADL and Aspen Institute Civil Society Fellowship. I'm on the advisory board for the Aspen Institute and ADL Civil Society Fellowship. It has shown me where we have to keep our eyes on certain trends and certain ideas, and when people say things, what they actually mean. It's been not only an amazing educational experience, a practical way for me to get into this fight against hate for good, but it has also afforded me the opportunity to learn so much along the way and to meet so many different people. And I can tell you again, I'm not Jewish. I'm Christian, and yet I've just always felt at home, in the ADL community.
Now let's hear him, but let's put him in a yarmulke. Take a listen.
I know the state of Israel is strong. It's as strong as it's ever been. The truth is, you don't need us. But what I want you to know is that, need us or not, we are committed to building a great wall of Christian Zionism all over the world to push back the forces of anti-Semitism. But that also includes educating well-meaning Christians on our own history of Christian anti-Semitism.
So who is that guy? Who is Johnny Moore? Where did he come from? The answer is actually quite compelling. He was a kid that grew up in the Lynchburg, Virginia area, and I'm just going to actually read this first sentence from Christianity Today. It says, Johnny Moore was only 14 when he first stayed in the dorms at Liberty University, and since then he's pretty much remained at the school that Jerry Falwell Sr. founded 41 years ago in Lynchburg, Virginia. Moore and his single mom family briefly lived in the dorms after his parents' divorce and a temporary stretch of homelessness. Okay. Now, somebody that went to school with him verified exactly that. They said he was a kid who grew up outside of Lynchburg. In high school, he was very poor. Very poor. They stressed this. Not a problem, obviously. I was poor too. But they also mentioned that Johnny had some severe daddy issues. I am told directly by someone who went to school with him that he made a name for himself in a long way. He got caught with some porn magazines. It was pretty badly made fun of. Okay, kids make mistakes growing up. But it gets more interesting when you learn that suddenly little Johnny fell into a lot of money. He had a male mentor who bought him and everyone in his family, allegedly, brand new cars. So Johnny was po no mo. And this daddy mentor of his is the one that pushed for Jerry Falwell Sr. to give Johnny a position with Liberty University. That man's name is Ron Godwin. It's Johnny's mentor. Ron Godwin.
What's up, everybody?
The protege of Sun Myung Moon. The Moonies cult. Sun Myung Moon, who led this Moonies cult, picked Ron Godwin, not only just to run the Washington Times for him, which I told you they purchased the Washington Times, but Moon also declared Ron Godwin to be one of his 3 disciples, declaring, and I quote, "You will be like the 3 disciples of Jesus. Each one of you will put yourself in Jesus' position and multiply 3 disciples of your own." So, Sun Myung Moon says, I am like Jesus. I feel like I'm blaspheming just saying that. And he picks this Ron Godwin guy. He says, Ron Godwin, and you will pick 3 disciples of your own. And yeah, we can confirm that looks like one of Godwin's 3 disciples, so to speak, was Johnny Moore, who minted the Kairos company with none other than Andrew Colbert of Turning Point USA. Looks like this. If we look at that in the organization chart, yeah, he's a declared disciple, and I guess I should have put technically Johnny beneath him. And Andrew, I'm wondering if Andrew is.
When you first heard about creative finance, did you think it was a scam?
Yeah.
Be real.
What's going on, Russell?
It sounded too good to be true.
Sounded too good to be true. So it's the same thing for me, guys. 11 years later, I'm still doing hundreds of these.
Johnny Moore's disciple, or I don't know, one of Ron Godwin's 3 disciples. We're not sure. But we can tell you that when Ron Godwin retired from Liberty University in October of 2014, of course, his Johnny was his protege. And Johnny, that's when Johnny went to Hollywood. But then all of a sudden, he wanted back in at Liberty University, and he was told no repeatedly. And without Daddy Godwin to push through his paperwork this time, there really was no pathway for him to end up back at Liberty until lo and behold, in 2021, as his executive vice president, Mr. Andrew Colbert, is now managing Charlie Kirk, the most unbelievable thing happens. Jerry Falwell gets ousted from Liberty University. Jerry Prevost is named as his successor, and the very first thing that Jerry Prevost does is he fires Charlie Kirk, and he also moves rather immediately to reinstate none other than the sometimes lurking Johnny Moore, paying him, I'm told, an absurd amount monthly retainer. And I'll say allegedly here, even though my source comes directly from inside Liberty University, so I feel pretty confident that the information I received is accurate, that they just ousted and they said Johnny's now back and influential and making money here. So what's the point here? Take me very seriously when I say that Turning Point Faith is problematic. The organization is intended to be the Moonies 2.0. The intention behind the Moonies cult, by the way, in case it's not clear to you, was one world government, achieved through the concept of a unification church. We are all being brought in by the, I guess you could say, their version of the Lord, which is just, I don't know, some CIA clone, somebody that you can get behind. They are repeatedly establishing a messianic figure, and they're expecting people to follow them because how dare you question the Bible? It's all really sick when you think about it. And yeah, Andrew Colbert, I think my dream might have meant something, and that's why we've been completely freaked since. Anyways, we'll be right back after taking a brief break. All right, you guys, new research is revealing something heartbreaking. More than 7 million American women suffer severe, long-lasting emotional distress after an abortion. Grief, flashbacks, and a quiet regret that often never goes away. Preborn sees this pain firsthand in the thousands of clinics that they support, but there is hope, and it begins with something powerful. Because when a woman sees her baby on an ultrasound, everything changes. Her baby's chance at life doubles. And for just $28, you can sponsor that ultrasound, bringing a lifetime of blessings. This is what real healthcare looks like. Preborn stands on front line, providing free ultrasounds, compassionate counseling, and gospel-centered support to young mothers that are in crisis. They are saving babies, they are healing hearts, and they are making motherhood possible. If you believe, as I do, that every child matters and that no woman should walk this road alone, then join me today. Sponsor an ultrasound, and if you'd like to do that, you can just donate by dialing #250 and say the keyword baby. Or you can visit preborn.com/Candace. Again, that's preborn.com/Candace. Also, I want to say that's about Rick Ranch because if you have been following me for a while, you know how much I love Rick Ranch steaks, protein, and it contains one of the most nutrient your health this year. The focus on flavor and Angus beef. Today, and use the promo code Candace. I'd like to add here regarding the Mooney's cult and this Korean guy that pops onto the scene after the Korean War. That to me feels like it was orchestrated by the CIA, and I can tell you that one of the patterns I have recognized when I look into these obviously bought and paid for propagandists is that it seems that their grandfathers are all involved in the Korean War. They were all captains or lieutenant colonels in the Korean War. And I keep telling you that it's really important to recognize this strand of military corruption. I think that's the reason that the Mooney's cult was established in Korea during that time, and that it is very likely that the entire thing was just a CIA operation, and they are attempting that again via Turning Point Faith, and that's the reason Turning Point USA Faith wants to get into real estate. It feels like they're buying up so much land, and now we're having these fires that are happening all around the world, these natural disasters, and they're trying to tell you that these disasters are natural, when it's becoming pretty apparent they're not. It feels like these are land grabs, and you should be allowed to think through that with what I am telling you. Anyways, avoid the faith grift in 2026. Something that is happening at the same time, obviously, is that all of these people seem to be radically obsessed with Israel. It's another component of this. It's just you can't let Israel go. It's almost as if the Mossad and the CIA, there is no separation between the two. It's why Bibi used to work for the CIA. If you've followed past episodes that we've done, I think we uncovered that during our Epstein series, but don't quote me on that. It feels like that is the strand that explains everything. Like our entire media is bought and paid for. Everything is in service of this foreign country. And they're growing increasingly dangerous, increasingly more radical, increasingly more desperate, despite having the entire United States military at their beck and call and being able to, mass murder American troops to fulfill their interests overseas. They are coming to terms with the fact that they're losing grip on public opinion, which means a lot, actually. Okay? It's important that the illusion, or it was important that the illusion of their victimhood was kept. I think that's something that Bibi Netanyahu actually underestimated. He underestimated how much of it, he was like the magician who believed in his own magic. He underestimated how much of it was successful in convincing all of us to be Zionists because we were operating under the illusion that they were innocent. And he went too far, he killed too many people, Gaza woke up a lot of people, and now they're pretending that the issue is not what they're doing. It's never what they're actually doing. It's not that they're being accused by their own people of covering up these sex rituals against children.
What's going on, Nisi?
Because of the fact that tens of thousands of innocent Palestinians have been killed, and that they've been intentionally targeted because they're conducting a genocide. The problem is that we're noticing it, and the enemy, therefore, is speech. It's
I can't believe you're in here, Nisi. When I got your girl on. Come on, she dropped us some jewels, Nisi. Listen in. She done seen the light, Nisi. You gotta welcome her back to the cookout.
Psychopaths. Well, Knesset, their Congress, there was a Likud party representative who got up and gave a speech and compared me and Tucker Carlson to the enemies of the state of Israel. Me and Tucker Carlson, who are calling for peace, we are calling for national sovereignty, we are calling for people in Congress to actually serve American interests, and that apparently represents an existential threat to Israel. Here is what he had.
You always wondered why that app didn't exist. Now you can make it. Meet Replit Agent.
To say.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Knesset, I stand here in Jerusalem, the eternal capital of the Jewish people, to sound an alarm. We are used to enemies from outside, We fight the criminals of Hamas, we fight the ballistic missiles
That's
of Iran.
me.
But today, I look at the
Damn.
West, our greatest ally, and I see a new enemy rising from within. I am speaking of a poison being sold to the American people as patriotism. I'm speaking of the intellectual vandalism of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. Mr. Speaker, let us be clear about what this is. They claim to fight the woke left. They are no different than the woke left. The radical left tears down the statues of Thomas Jefferson. Tucker Carlson tears down the legacy of Winston Churchill. The radical left says Western civilization is evil. Candace Owens says the roots of our faith are demonic. It is the same sickness. It is the same moral relativism. It is the same hatred of the West dressed up in a different costume.
Yes, to be clear, that is dangerous. The Likud party, and I was quite literally, someone was plotting my murder. Actually, a year from the date that Charlie was murdered on September 10th, someone was plotting my murder and got discovered, and that's still making its way through the courts. These people are calling for violence. That's the implicit threat here. They're all growing increasingly more radical, and they're feeling threatened by speech, which is why I implore all of you, which I see that you are, which is why they feel threatened, to continue to use it and to recognize these people are incredibly dangerous. They are very dangerous. When a person is unwilling to say, here's what I did wrong, especially when that person has murdered tens of thousands of children, what they're doing down in Venezuela, Argentina, when they say the issue is people recognizing what they're doing. Argentina, they are tweeting. I mean, they are in the streets shouting against Zionism. And we're supposed to believe it's because everyone just hates Jews? Everyone hates God's chosen people? Or because you can no longer convince people that you are murdering, stealing, plundering, raping in the name of the Lord? I think it's the latter. But these people are dangerous. Okay? If anything happens to Tucker Carlson or me, you obviously know that Israel was involved. Obviously. That is unbelievably apparent in their rhetoric. They're name-checking us. They're calling us on stage. They're sending their goons out to harass us because we believe in America first and that we should stop getting involved in their interests, and that it is unacceptable, frankly, that our government gives more flack to Tucker Carlson, our government representatives give more flack to Tucker Carlson than they did to Jeffrey Epstein. That they choose to cover up the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein while pretending that speech in America is what's actually radical, not people who are actually harming children and abusing children sexually. We don't even have a government, in my view. Like, we can't even protect the nations
Singar,
who's
what's
innocent.
up?
How do we even have?
How are you?
I guess that's a larger philosophical question. I do now want to cut to the sad fact that it seems that women in the media have been braver than most men in the media, who seem to just be bending the knee and taking it and calling themselves heroes or tough guys, but not willing to stand up for speech. At the very least, stand up for speech in America. Megyn Kelly sat down and discussed. She's been at length under attacks. They are adding her to their list. It's very obvious because she simply won't bend the knee. She has said nothing wrong. She actually is a Zionist and she supports Israel. But for them, they learn that you must fully allow us to control your speech or we'll attack you. You know, we will assassinate your character, essentially. Assassinating the character comes first. But here's what Megyn Kelly opened up to Tucker Carlson about on his show, and here's what she had to say.
I've gotten notes from all of these people, dear friends of mine, over the past years. Thank you so much. You make me and my family feel safer. These are pro-Israel Jewish friends of mine in the media. You make me and my family feel safer. I love you. My family loves you. God bless you. These same people have now turned on me, and some are calling me an anti-Semite. Why? What did I say? What did I do? Did I step on a rake and say something super anti-Semitic without realizing it? No, it's because I won't defriend you, and I won't condemn and say that Candace Owens is hateful. They want me really, really badly to condemn Candace Owens. And I'm sorry to break it to them, but I am responsible for what I say, not for what anybody else says. I am not Candace Owens' policeman. And by the way, they're kidding themselves that if just one more voice will say something nasty about Candace, she can finally be controlled. Like, how well has that worked so far?
Happy
But
Monday
again,
to
the
you,
instinct
Singar.
is to stop her speech, stop it, make her stop it, make Tucker stop saying the things. Well, I have no desire to, and I have no power to. And for that, I was called a coward by Ben Shapiro at the Turning Point event, AmFest, in December, who, by the way, in my last exchange with him, literally said, our friendship, his and mine, is too important to both of us to make it depend on whom else we are friends with and aren't friends with. That is literally the last text I had from Ben Shapiro. The next thing I knew, he was standing on the stage at Turning Point calling me a coward for this very thing.
Listening to that is just so real, and it always starts with something like that, just controlling speech. Like, I have been no fan of Nick Fuentes, but I remember the peer pressure campaign that came from the pro-Israel lobby to compel me to say something about him. Why? Just like she is saying, I'm not his mom. So this was way back when I didn't even know anything about his content, nothing. I knew who he was. But I wasn't watching Nick Fuentes' show. He was kicked off of every platform. And they were just demanding that of me. And I remember the text messages from Seth Dillon trying to compel me to say something about Nick Fuentes. And the emotional manipulation of it all. I'm going, why do I have to say something about Nick Fuentes? There's like tons of articles about Nick Fuentes. He's been kicked out of all these events. Why do you need me to personally do it? That's what it's about. It's about making sure that they can control your platform. And I'm sorry, they behave like a gang, as I have expressed many times. That was my experience. And you behave like a gang, trying to basically say you're not allowed to have a mic and speak unless you're.
He happy now.
Oh yeah, he got me some rice and gravy.
He happy.
More wrong.
He all in
than
it.
even that is that so many men have microphones and don't come out and condemn it explicitly, vociferously. Name names. Like you should just like obviously recognize, and not even condemning the fact that they're bullying these people, but recognizing rather the threat to our speech. That's real. You purport to say that you care about American values. Okay. People want to get laws passed. People are bullying people, trying to compel them to speech. People are making threats to people's livelihoods. And in some cases, as I believe the case with Charlie Kirk, some people are killed, are actually murdered because they can't get controlled. So if you're going to purport to be a person that cares about American values and purport to care about the fights and recognize what we are up against, you might want to recognize that Israel is starting to squeeze Americans. And by the way, beyond anybody else, forget the men that have microphones, I actually want to say that our government allowing another government, another party that I'm compelled to give my tax dollars to, I'm compelled to actually give my tax dollars to Israel. Allowing them to stand up and declare me an enemy of the state, I have to pay for that? Where's J.D. Vance on this? Where's Trump on this? Where are all of the Congress members on this? I don't know. Am I wrong for thinking that should be unacceptable? The way that they speak about this, but we have to fund.
No, I didn't go get him none today. I fed him some earlier, but it was the last little bit in the bag.
Are you gonna go get it
Totally
something
insane.
tomorrow?
Yeah.
I have to pay these people my taxes. I have to go to work.
Yeah, I'll get it from Pop.
That is demanding that our speech gets suppressed, and we're not allowed to stand. So use your speech while we still have it. All right. Top comment from last episode is: I think it's safe to say it is never a good thing when our military is going to other countries to help children. Yes, we talked about that. I created that column. Obviously, I was using Excel sheet in all the wrong ways, but created a clear column to speak about how many times sex trafficking has come up in the story, the history of our military, and I have received since then even more explosive information. And so we're going to get to that later this week. You are absolutely correct. I do not believe that our military is helping children around the world. I do not think that is their explicit aim. In fact, I think it's much darker than that. I think we all sense that. We will take a brief break before I read the rest of your comments. All right, you guys, you do not have to overhaul your without feeling or no seed oil food. There is that checkout routine. Change the time of year and the understand more. You can find them at mimiskincare.com. These new mugs. You scroll down there. These are Superfly top. You missed it. You passed it. Okay, there we go. No, back up. Oh yeah, that one, the black one. Quick, fast, go. How cute are those? I don't know. I just feel like they're super cute. I love these mugs. I actually have one upstairs. I forgot to put it on my desk. Bella, can you make a Club will be January 23rd. Okay. Get to your comments. Project Constitution is in the chat. That's a huge donation. Really love you, Candace. Keep shining the light on evil. Look, I am obviously part of the reason I never.
Alright, done with Candace for the night. She was getting ready to start reading comments. I ain't trying to hear all that shit. I'm not talking to you, Boosie. Don't come over here looking on me. Boy, take your ass on somewhere. Go.
Dispute. Watch him thread this needle. Didn't pull myself up again. Guys, my voice mostly survived. It mostly survived. Not a green hoodie, not a red hoodie, not a blue hoodie. Not a Texans fan. I saw somebody mentioning that I would wear a blue and red hoodie for the Texans. I don't own a blue and red hoodie. I own a blue hoodie, I own a red hoodie. Cannot wear them both. I guess I could sew them down a little. But white hoodie, guys, welcome in. Baron Coleman here with you. Now on a more full-time schedule. Good evening to our grumblers. I forgot to say good evening to you guys yesterday. I pulled you up on this screen and I can watch your comments roll in. I don't know if they're behind, but they're still guessing hoodie colors. So, man, they're a little behind. It's not white. It's not gray. It's like a, what's somebody call it, a Nehru or something? I'm not sure what that is, but here it is. Here it is. yes, grumblers. I think you're behind. All right, let me, man, I got the microphone so high, it's blowing me out. I don't know if I can get it any higher. If it clips, let me know. Because I keep cranking it up at your request. I can get it all up in my mouth. I'm like, But anyway, all right, guys, we got a big show tonight. I cut more than half of the opening out. I guess I'll do it next time. Next time I do a show, I don't think it'll be tomorrow, probably Wednesday. I'll do the rest of what I was going to do for the opening at that time because it just got too long. It was over 30 minutes, and I thought nobody wants to hear me ramble for 30 minutes. So I cut half of it out. I found a good stopping point, and I figured, you know what? E-Crew, that's it. Don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe to the program, YouTube, for whatever reason.
Oh, really, Singer?
Actual humans. Everything's run algorithmically. So if you hit the like button, if you subscribe, if you share the broadcast,
what's your job? What's your job title?
If they click and watch, then it gets out into the ether, and it helps the reach of the program. It really does. Helps the program grow. Helps the program stay on air. So welcome in. Okay, we've got a lot to cover. I don't want to take a ton of time on an intro. I did come in 1 minute early. Someone in the comments said, "Can we come in early?" Yeah, 1 minute. You get 1 minute early. I used to go at 7 every night, 7 Central. Then I started doing 6 because people said, "Oh, it's so late in Europe. Oh, we're in Europe and it's so late." And so I started going a little earlier. Tonight I couldn't make it earlier, so I had to do it. Back at 7 o'clock, back at my normal time. So that's what you get. Okay, I want to do the opening. I want you to understand that I will finish the opening tomorrow or Wednesday, whatever it is. But I think it's a really good stopping point. It is one of my favorite openings. It's one I've been wanting to do for a while. I haven't had the right time to bring it in. I finally had the right story to cover, so I thought, all right, now's the time to bring it in. And when I got done writing today, it was so long, it was ludicrous. So we'll get that under control. But welcome in again, like, subscribe, all that. Click notifications, and away you will be going. If you want to join the members page, maybe I'll do a quick member live tomorrow afternoon. Just like, 15, 20, 30 minutes. I'm not going to make it hours and hours, but if you want to do that, you're more than welcome to join us on the member side. I don't want to do little 15 and 30 minute just rambling hits because they don't get the reach, and then YouTube says, "Oh, people don't like his podcast anymore," and so they quit distributing it. So I've got to make the show, the 2 or 3 hour daily podcast. I've got to make that the thing that YouTube pushes out. All right, let me get to the opening statement. Here we go. The Defense Advanced Research Agency, known as DARPA.
You take care.
It was established in 1958. It was a response to the Soviet Union's Sputnik launch. It's beyond dispute.
Hey, make sure you double tap the screen too, Singar.
Cutting-edge military and technological innovation in the United States. DARPA's mission is to develop breakthrough technologies for national security, often pushing the boundaries
Give my own
of what
self
is
a thumbs up
scientifically possible.
and some
From the
love.
origins of the internet to stealth aircraft to GPS, DARPA's projects have shaped modern life in profound ways. In the early 2000s, amid the post-9/11 era's heightened focus on intelligence gathering and predictive analytics, DARPA turned its attention to a particularly ambitious endeavor: convincing ordinary Americans to voluntarily opt in to having the military-industrial complex track their lives. To accomplish this, DARPA invented something called LifeLog. One word, LifeLog. LifeLog sought to create a comprehensive digital record of an individual's entire life, capturing every conceivable data point to build a searchable, analyzable database. LifeLog represented a convergence of artificial intelligence, data mining, and surveillance technology, embodying DARPA's ethos of radical innovation while raising profound ethical questions about privacy and human autonomy. LifeLog's conceptual roots can be traced back to earlier ideas in computing. It was influenced by pioneers like Gordon Bell. He was a Microsoft researcher who experimented with life-logging by wearing cameras and sensors to document his daily life. DARPA saw in his quirky behavior potential military applications. Bell's work in the 1990s and early 2000s involved creating personal digital archives, which aligned with DARPA's interest in enhancing human cognition and decision-making under stress. In May 2003, DARPA issued a broad agency announcement soliciting proposals for LifeLog. DARPA described it as a system to capture, store, and make accessible the flow of one's person's experience in and interactions with the world. The program was housed under DARPA's Information Processing Techniques Office, which focused on advanced computing and artificial intelligence. The core objective of LifeLog was to develop software and hardware capable of automatically logging vast amounts of personal data. This included geospatial locations via GPS, communications from emails, phone calls, and texts, media consumption in the form of web browsing and TV viewing, financial transactions, even biomedical signals like heart rate or stress levels from wearable sensors. The system would use algorithms to organize this data into a coherent narrative.
Do you know that Food Lion has MVP hot sales on over 1,000 items every week?
Yeah, shut up.
Just look at it. Fresh veggies, fruits, meat. You do your kind of hot sales, I'll do mine.
Imagine a soldier in the field, recalling every detail of a mission briefing, or predicting enemy movements based on historical patterns. LifeLog
This damn
aims
dog.
to make this a reality. Technologically, LifeLog drew on emerging fields, machine learning, natural
Boy,
language,
shut the fuck up.
sensor fusion. Developers were encouraged to integrate off-the-shelf hardware like PDAs, cameras, and microphones. Keep in mind, this was in the early 2000s. Those were the things. These had sophisticated algorithms to process and index the data. The program envisioned a cognitive computing framework where the system would learn from the user's experiences, much like an intelligent assistant. DARPA allocated an initial budget in the tens of millions of dollars. The wild spending spree on this technology attracted interest from academia, defense contractors, and technology providers. Early demonstrations involved prototypes that captured audio, video, and location data with software to tag and search entries. The project's scope was massive. It involved handling petabytes of data per individual, requiring breakthroughs in storage, compression, and computation. Despite its innovative promise, LifeLog quickly attracted scrutiny. Privacy advocates and civil liberties groups, still reeling from revelations about DARPA's Total Information Awareness Program, later renamed Terrorism Information Awareness, saw LifeLog as another step towards a complete surveillance state. TIA, the Terrorism Information Awareness system led by Admiral John Poindexter aimed to mine vast databases for terrorism patterns and was defunded by Congress in 2003 among fears of mass domestic spying. Although DARPA insisted LifeLog was distinct and focused on consensual individual-level logging and not population-wide surveillance, critics argued the technologies could easily be repurposed. Media outlets like the New York Times highlighted the dystopian potential. A government-funded tool that could track a person's entire existence, raising Orwellian concerns about abuse. DARPA spokesperson Jan Walker emphasized that participation would be voluntary, but this did little to quell the fears of skeptical public in a post-Patriot Act America. Development progressed through 2003, with DARPA reviewing proposals and funding initial research. However, by early 2004, the program was facing mounting pressure. Budget reallocations within DARPA, combined with broader backlash against surveillance initiatives, sealed LifeLog's fate. On February 4th, 2004, DARPA canceled LifeLog. It cited a change in priorities. The agency provided no explanation. Insiders pointed to privacy concerns and political toxicity. And that was the end of the government's attempt to develop a program that invited the public to voluntarily sign up to have their entire lives documented. Or was it? Remarkably, this shutdown coincided with the exact date of the launch of a seemingly unrelated platform, Facebook. On the very same day,
Hey, Singar,
was shut down by DARPA.
I'm not on here to send people money.
A Harvard sophomore named Mark Zuckerberg debuted thefacebook.com. This was a social networking site initially limited to Harvard students. What began as a college directory exploded into a global phenomenon, amassing billions of users and collecting unprecedented volumes of personal data, photos, relationships, locations, interests, interactions. This temporal coincidence has fueled persistent speculation about a deeper connection between LifeLog and Facebook. It's not hard to see the eerie parallels between LifeLog and Facebook. Both systems revolve around a comprehensive data logging to map human experiences and behaviors. LifeLog's goal of a searchable life database mirrors Facebook's evolution into a platform that timelines users' lives, predicts preferences via algorithms, and enables behavioral targeting. It's almost as if DARPA didn't truly abandon LifeLog at all. Rather, it looks a lot like they outsourced it to the private sector where constitutional restrictions on government surveillance don't apply, at least not as stringently. Facebook's early funding came from investors like Peter Thiel, the co-founder of the global tracking company Palantir. A CIA-backed data analytics firm was Facebook's first outside investor. Facebook's business model of harvesting user data for tracking purposes effectively achieves what LifeLog proposed: a voluntary, crowdsourced surveillance network. In essence, Facebook can be seen as the commercial incarnation of LifeLog's vision. While DARPA's program was curtailed by public oversight, Facebook operates in a regulatory gray area. It amasses data on a scale LifeLog could only dream of. Facebook, at present, has over 3 billion users in countries all over the world. It uses AI to analyze patterns in all ways that predict elections, influence opinions, and even detect mental health issues, all of which were outlined in LifeLog's predictive ambitions. This
There's no turning back.
the role the United States government is playing in outsourcing that growth to targeted companies. The core technology behind Google, for example, guys, I'm sorry, I have so many typos in this thing and I'm trying to read at the same time. I type so fast that I get typos. I do apologize. The core technology behind Google, for example, allegedly was created by founders Sergey Brin and Larry Page at Stanford University in the mid-1990s. Their original project was called PageRank. PageRank was the name of their algorithm. It ranked web pages by analyzing links. PageRank was primarily supported by a multi-million-dollar grant from the Digital Libraries Initiative, which was aimed at building searchable digital collections over the internet. The Digital Libraries Initiative is, as you guessed it, a DARPA project. Digital Libraries Initiative is a DARPA project in concert with the federally funded National Science Foundation and NASA. This federal funding from DARPA provided computational resources and paid for their time, leading to the prototype search engine that became Google in 1998. A lesser known but documented aspect involves indirect intelligence community ties. Brin's research, for example, received partial support through the massive Digital Data Systems Program coordinated by the CIA and the NSA via contractors and grants from the National Science Foundation. Like LifeLog and later Facebook, this MDDS program sought to create intelligence tools for analyzing large data sets and tracking patterns in online behavior for national security purposes. Sergey Brin reportedly briefed intelligence representatives periodically on progress. In 2003, the CIA's venture capital arm, known as NQTel, funded a small mapping startup known as Keyhole. Google later acquired Keyhole the next year in 2004, transforming it into Google Earth. The CIA's NQTel representatives actually joined Google for a short time after the acquisition. The pattern can be found repeating over and over in what looks like the private sector. Private companies with massive amounts of control over our lives getting their start or getting a significant boost to their start from government intelligence communities. Amazon, for example, it may have started in Jeff Bezos' garage, but it's probably no coincidence that Jeff Bezos' grandfather worked for ARPA, which later became DARPA. He didn't just work for ARPA, he actually helped found ARPA back in 1958. Amazon might not have been directly founded by DARPA, but I'm sure the family relationship with one of DARPA's key founders didn't hurt the cause. The CIA made Amazon the largest cloud computing company on Earth, with a $600 million windfall to provide cloud storage and computing services for the CIA. DARPA itself almost immediately began migrating its workloads to Amazon's cloud service shortly after the deal with the CIA. DARPA's also funded other Jeff Bezos programs, like Blue Origin, his space company. It should be noted that all of these companies, Facebook, Google, and Amazon, are able to exist at all because of DARPA's work creating the internet itself. And sometime soon, this is the second half I'm not getting to tonight, sometime soon, I want to take a look at a subject I've been digging around in over the last few weeks. We all know Charlie Kirk was neutralized at Utah Valley University, and we've since learned just how embedded the intelligence community is at Utah Valley University. Very early on, a connection was made also between the intelligence community at Utah State University. That's the university where Tyler Robinson attended for one semester before withdrawing. I don't believe we'll have time to get into that tonight, but we'll probably look at it later this week or at a show coming up very soon. Tonight, I want to take a look at something Candace Owens said in her podcast earlier this evening. It was quick. It was quick. It was one line she threw out. And I want to pull it up and I want to play it. One line. And I don't even know if she caught what she said, but I caught it. And she said she sent Andrew Colvin a text about a dream she had where Charlie said something happened to his left. We've talked on this show at length about things that happened to Charlie's left. I didn't know until this evening she had that dream or sent that text, so we'll review it tonight and connect a few dots. But first, I want to take a look at Tyler Boyer's detailed statements on a wide range of issues, including whether he believes the FedSlop narrative, whether he's a sexual deviant, whether TPUSA is a human trafficking organization, whether there are millions of dollars being embezzled, his thoughts on Erica Kirk as CEO and as mother in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death, and more. He gave a wide-ranging interview that aired this afternoon, and that is why I am an hour late, because I was watching it, eagerly anticipating perhaps shifting at the last second to cover that, and I am going to do that tonight, because I think it's incredible, the breadth of what he covered, but I think it's more important, even more important than what he did say, is what he did not say. There were a number of questions, and I will get to them at the end. I will get to all of these questions at the end. I counted 11 topics he did not give questions on. 11. The reality is, there's probably 111 that I would have rather had him talk about than what he did talk about. So we'll examine a little bit of what he did talk about. He rambled, he filibustered, but we'll get to it. Well, you know, I mean, I'm not going to be rude. The man spoke, and if I'm going to criticize what he didn't say, I at least have to show what he did say. So let me get with this. He was on a podcast called Ladder Daily Saints. It's a Mormon podcast, I'm assuming based out west somewhere, Arizona, Utah, Idaho. Those seem to be heavily populated Mormon states. We're huge in Arizona, so I'm assuming we have some Mormons in the audience. Now, maybe you guys, because I have one question that I was not aware of at all. And I have one question I've got to ask towards the end of this interview. He drops this random line about something on his Mormon mission in Russia, and I thought, wait, what did he say? I had to rewind it like 4 times. He said it so fast. And so if there are Mormons in the audience, I might call on you to help me out. Or if there are Mormon experts, I might call on you to help me out. But first, I want to get right into it because this is a wide-ranging interview. So I have several clips queued up, like 9 different clips I want to get to. 9 different clips I want to get to. So I have to kind of move pretty quickly to get through all these. I am going to, because they are all pretty boring, I'm going to up the playback speed to 1.25.
Get baby Lucy some food tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this first question, he is asked, essentially, do you believe a dead slop narrative
Niggas outside over there.
relative to Charlie Kirk's passing? This is an interesting answer. It comes out of the gate in the first few minutes of the podcast.
Candace, she's explained from the beginning that one of her motivations in, diving so deeply on this is because she personally doesn't trust the FBI narrative that's currently out there that Tyler Robinson was a lone conspirator, that it was, motivated by leftist ideologies and stuff, and that he used the Mauser 30-06 and acted alone and stuff like that. And so I'm curious, like, not just from like the turning point standard, but like from you, do you feel that the current narrative of what the Federal Bureau of Investigation has come out with, do you feel confident that they're on the right track with that?
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind that this is a state-level investigation, so local authorities are the ones that are running point on this murder investigation. And so I want to first start off by saying that anything that I've seen where people are, trying to ignite, I think, the internet to be upset about how this is going, quote unquote, I'll use air quotes, how this is going, are people who are, questioning usually the federal government, which, again, I totally empathize with. At Turning Point, we run an organization where we say, hey, the government is questionable. There's a lot of things that are not to be trusted. And, coming out of 4 years to Joe Biden.
All right, I wanted to play this for a particular reason. Because I wanted you to get a feel for what I had to say.
Hey, Nisi, you still on there? You still on?
I wanted you to get a feel for what I had to suffer through for 2 hours. First, the guy on the right is Tyler Boyer in the One Nation Under God hat. He is the former COO of Turning Point USA. He's been there for, close to a decade now, I think. He's been there a long time. He was there when Candace Owens was there. He was there up in Kentucky. He's still there. He's still there right now. He and Candace Owens Candace has had some issues with him. But I wanted to play this because I'm a big fan, and it might be the lawyer in me, it might be the way I prep people to answer questions, it might be the way I prefer to answer questions, and I'm sure my friends and family get frustrated when I ask questions and demand a yes. If I ask you a yes-no question, I will give you time to explain it, but I need the yes or no up front. The question was, do you believe the Fed slop narrative? We're like a minute into his answer, and he hasn't answered it yet. Yes, he's the former COO. He is no longer the COO. We'll cover that in just a second. You remember the Doge letter that Charlie Kirk drafted on September 2nd, 8 days before he was neutralized at Utah Valley University. That Doge letter removed Tyler Boyer as COO, as Chief Operating Officer, and elevated Justin Strife to COO. That happened in that Doge letter. Now, the fact that he won't answer the question, and he'll get to some semblance of an answer here in a second, but he never gives a yes or a no. I'm going to keep playing it, but he never gives a yes or no. Just listen carefully for an answer.
It's understandable why a lot of people would question the intelligence agencies. Kind of where my headspace is, there is an investigation that's being carried out right now. There's a ton of evidence that, again, one of my good friends, Jack Posobiec, has pointed to pretty religiously that shows the involvement of Tyler Robinson, who they apprehended. But the big question that most people have asked is said, well, where did he come from? What is his motivation and everything else? That's all part of the murder investigation.
So a couple of things. One is he defers to Jack Posobiec, who is an on-the-record dishonest character as far as I'm concerned. Jack Posobiec is going around. He put on Twitter, I saw a leftist murder Tyler Robinson, or something to that effect. Something very close to that. I don't remember the exact word. No, he didn't. Nobody saw that. No, he didn't. No, nobody saw that. Jack Posobiec has talked about this mountain of evidence that exists against Tyler Robinson. Well, Candace Owens talks to Erica Kirk and the new COO, Justin Strife, and says, do you have any evidence that we don't have? And they said, no, we just have what's in the charging document. So the fact that Tyler Boyer is deferring to Jack Posobiec, who's a known propagandist in this whole issue, is very deeply concerning. And the only thing he ended on, the only thing he kind of said is, there seems to be a lot of evidence that he was involved. Tyler Robinson was involved. Well, that wasn't the question. The question is, do you believe the Fed slop narrative? The Fed slop narrative is that Tyler Robinson climbed a staircase that led to a roof, laid down on the roof in a prone position, took a single round from a 30-06 and took Charlie Kirk down with it. That is the question. Do you believe that? Not do you believe he was tangentially involved. Not do you believe he has some moral culpability or legal culpability. And the fact that he won't answer it, ladies and gentlemen, I am tempted to say he doesn't believe it. If that's the case, Tyler, welcome to the club. I don't either. I don't believe it either. You don't believe it? I don't believe it. Now, I am putting words in your mouth, but I'm putting words in your mouth that I feel like are well earned. I do feel like they're well earned.
Laid out what is publicly accessible to everyone. And by the way, there's no difference between what I've seen and what the average citizen has seen. Is there's all of this evidence that's pointing directly and making a strong case for an individual that's been accused of murder. And we don't know all the other surrounding pieces of evidence that could come out as part of this investigation, and those are going to be relayed over the course of the next number of months ahead that best put authorities in the position to go after the proper suspects. And
yes or no? Do you believe that Tyler Robinson laid on the roof and took a shot? I mean, it's honestly, Andrew. Not Andrew. I apologize, Andrew. I know you're a fan of the program. Tyler, I think you're a fan of the program too. You said a couple things that made me think you are, or at least have seen clips. So welcome in at TPUSA. Welcome in. I am going to give you guys a little bit of a hard time tonight, but I think I will be fair. And let me say right off the bat, we're only one question in. I can't listen to you filibuster any longer. I will never get through it if I have to play you filibustering every question all night. But I will say this. I have personally called on TPUSA to be more transparent, to be more open, to answer questions more appropriately. I have personally called on you guys to. And I think this interview was an attempt to do that. I say attempt because I don't think it was very successful, but that doesn't mean you don't get better with reps. You know, if I was on the Today Show, I had to host the Today Show, I wouldn't be very good at it day one. Give me 1,000 episodes, I'll do a lot better. I may never be a great. I may never be Matt Lauer. Regis Philbin, was he on the Today Show? He was on something. I may never be of that caliber, but I would get better over time. I think this was a frankly, a pretty lousy first effort at answering questions, Tyler. You could do a lot better. But I hope this is kind of a thinly watched podcast stream here. I hope this is your first effort at going and doing this again. Because I think you would get better with time. The first piece of advice I would give you is answer the question. Answer the question. This will be a recurring thing. I'm not giving him a hard time I'm not tearing him down on his first question he tried to answer, and then you'll see how he just knocks it out of the park the rest of the time. It's not the case. All right. Question remains on, believe it or not, like 3 minutes past where I just left, but the question remains, do you believe the FedSlop narrative? The guy at the top left, the host, I can't remember his name, I get the feeling he doesn't believe it. Sorry, did not mean to hit the microphone with the notes. I get the feeling he doesn't believe it. In fact, he says as much later. The guy in the bottom left, I don't know what he believes because he only says like 3 sentences the whole podcast. If you recognize the guy at the bottom left, we have featured him before on this very program. He was the guy who got locked in the office from the school counselor. And they were telling him he was in danger and going to be killed because he was a witness to the Charlie Kirk shooting. You remember that guy? That's him. That's him on the bottom left. Apparently he's so terrified of that because he says almost nothing the entire program. But let me continue here or we'll never get through this.
Hey y'all, I got some good news.
Do they believe the ballistic possibility that a 30-06 might have taken down Charlie Kirk? To the host's credit, although I am a little critical of him, and I'll be more critical at the end, that he did not ask very many good questions. This one actually is pretty good.
The 30-06 that was allegedly used in the committing of the crime. Have you looked much into that? Does that sit right with you? Do you know much about ballistics and guns and stuff like that?
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, I personally have some of my own thoughts around it.
Mm-hmm.
With all of that, what I can say is this, is that, and I want to put this into perspective for anyone that's listening, especially in Utah. I mean, this is quite literally, and again, it pains us to talk about this, but this is one of the most photographed.
Tyler, he asked you a question. Do you believe the 30-06 took him down? That's it. It's a yes/no question. Do you believe it? He even started the answer. He said, I have my personal thoughts on it. Well, yeah, no doo-doo, Sherlock. That's why we had you on the program, to answer questions. We specifically want to know what your personal opinions are. I mean, that's the whole question was, do you believe it? In your opinion. That was the whole question.
As much so to put that in perspective, this isn't like a situation where there were no cameras around. There were more cameras in the vicinity. There were so many individuals that were recording in real time. All of that has been compiled and utilized in the apprehension of the murder suspect. And so, for people.
What does that have to do with the caliber of the weapon and whether or not it's possible that a 30-06 stopped in the middle of his neck? What does it have to do with it? Here's what I think it has to do with it, and this is why I think he's not answering. I'm going to put words in his mouth here. I don't think he believes it. In fact, I don't think he believes it because I think, in my opinion, I believe he knows it's not true. Which is why he's deferring to all the other witnesses. Oh, it's one of the most photographed things of all time. Well, that's great. Do you believe the 30? I mean, I hate to harp on the host, but why didn't you ask him a follow-up? Like, hey, I asked you a question and answer. Do you believe it? Do you believe it? Like, I asked you if you believed it. You told me you had an opinion. What is that opinion? Do you believe it? They're appealing to the many other videos because that was the plan all along. You guys asked, why did they do this in public? You're seeing why they did this in public. So that they could sell the gunshot narrative, blame the 3,000 people there for thinking it was a gunshot, and have them run and start to multiply like fishes and loaves. Multiply the story over and over and over. Now, let's get to the good stuff. Tyler, Mr. Boyer, are you in fact a sexual deviant? I mean, I'll give the host credit. I would have trouble asking this one. I hope there was a pre-interview. I really genuinely hope there was a pre-interview, and he knew this was coming. I understand. I'm not playing it. This, guys. Oh my gosh. One day, I'm gonna get a show right. One day, you're gonna come in here and you're gonna get the show you deserve. One day, you are gonna walk out of here and you're gonna go, you know what, Baron?
What's up, Sharice?
Absolute beauty of a show. There's not one
How
time
are
we
you?
intended to share video and it did not go out over the air. There's not one time. Not one time. That will happen one day. I'm not sure when. I don't know. I don't know when I'm going to get there. Here I am banging on this guy for being a lousy guest his first time talking on the air about all this. And then I follow it up. I follow it up with you guys staring at the side of my head while I watch it. Here, just guys, if you would, just please, just, I'll go ahead and enjoy it. You guys just watch. I do apologize. I would say it won't happen again, but it's very likely. All right, let me back up. Back to your sexual deviancy, sir.
She made some pretty bold allegations against you, and she's repeated several times that one of the reasons that she, quote unquote, doesn't trust you, I guess, is because she labels you as this sexual deviant. And we'll just play the clip just so people have a context of, this is kind of one of the first allegations, as far as I've been able to see, that she kind of threw out about you. So, Brandon, if you want to roll that.
Also, another person who wrote us was telling me a story about Tyler Boyer's involvement in Maricopa County politics in general. What did he do before in Arizona? And yeah, it's just the kind of stories that he said he approached him several times about embezzlements. You know, not Charlie Tyler was hooking up with young male interns.
I don't know if you caught it. I wanted to play this for a reason. I got to make two observations. One is, Tyler Boyer is the most hydrated human being on the planet. I don't know how many of those bottles of water he pounds during this interview. I mean, it's unbelievable how many bottles of water this guy plows through. Every time there's a situation, he throwing back that Aquafina. But I want you to watch the twinkle in his eye. You gotta pay close attention. If you're in front of a TV, get up close. No, it's not good. They're all consuming beverages at this point. Not the best face he's ever been paused on. But I want you to watch, because when she says, don't just listen to her, don't watch her, watch him, watch Tyler Boyer, the guy in the middle. When she says young male interns, see if there's not a little twinkle in his eye, like, you know, like someone's on a diet, right? And they know they're not getting Twinkies. But when you say Twinkies, they go, ooh. Like it has an effect on them. I swear I saw that when she said young male interns. Like thoughts went just swimming through his brain. And he couldn't help himself. He's like, ooh. He had a moment. Just watch it again. You gotta see it. It's his left eye. Watch the twinkle.
Embezzlements. You know, Charlie Tyler was hooking up with young male interns, young.
Did you see the twinkle? It was there. Young interns, young male interns, twinkle. One more time. I'm having too much fun with this. I will move on after this, but you gotta see it. Left eye, not when she says young intern, but young male interns. He didn't need the water anymore at that point, ladies and gentlemen. Watch this. Watch it one more time.
Embezzlements. not Charlie, Tyler was hooking up with young interns, young male interns, or young male workers, and he didn't even care. He's like, oh, go on record, all this happened. I had to prove that all this happened, and everybody knows about Tyler Boyer at Turning Point USA. It's like an absurdity. But this is a person that is putting people into places of power at Turning Point USA. Also,
so she presents it as if it's this foregone conclusion, like, oh yeah, everybody just knows this. And then on Twitter, I saw one time that you posted a tweet and she responded to it like, Tyler, you and your wife are swingers. And so I guess the question that I have is, where do you think that these allegations are coming from? Have people alleged this about you before? And like, is there any truth to any of this at all?
Now, let me give the host props. That's a very legitimate question. Now, he didn't call him out on the twinkling of the eye. I would have had trouble holding that back. Whoa, 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 Tyler, stop the tape, stop the tape. Tyler, why are your eyes twinkling? Why are your eyes twinkling when they say young male intern? But I'll be honest, it was a legitimate question. While they were talking, I went and got my introduction to Logic book. That was a real low Joe move there, playing the clip without sharing it with you guys. So I'm gonna tidy up a little bit. I gotta tighten up. This is unacceptable. You guys expect a high IQ outfit. All right, let me get into his answer, because would you believe it that he doesn't just come right out and answer the question? Just wait for this filibuster. It's amazing.
So there is, just stretch your after that.
Yeah. Hey, you've been accused of being a sexual deviant and having your way with young male interns. What say you? Well, what had happened was, he's even looking like he's in a smoky bar there, like his eyes don't open all the way. Anyway, I thought that was a funny, opening. I don't think he was expecting quite the hammer of a question, but here we go.
Candace has said this numerous times, and this has come from, and I'll kind of explain this hopefully to your audience so people understand it,
Hold on, I gotta run a clock on him. But how long did it take him to say, no, I don't have my way with young male interns at the office? I gotta go back and get the exact timestamp, so apologize for playing it again.
I think that these allegations are coming from? Have people alleged this about you before? And like, is there any truth to any of this at all?
It's at 21:17 where he's thrown the question. By 21:19, I would give him 2 seconds. By 21:19, I would have said, hell no, there's no truth to this. Like, no, absolutely not. Zero truth. Next question. So let's, I gotta write it down. I don't want to miss the time. 21:17. All right, let's see when he finally gets around to answering it. Let's hear him stammer. Let's hear him filibuster.
So there is, just stretch your after that.
Yeah.
Candace has said this numerous times, and this has come from, and I'll kind of explain this hopefully to your audience so people understand it, that I'm gay, that I have some kind of, secret gay life that I live. This isn't unique to me. This is something that's pretty commonly said, and by the establishment in general, that attacks political enemies pretty commonly. So, just so that you guys are aware, and you wouldn't believe this, but I think the next week, right after that, or a couple weeks later, another individual came out and said that Charlie was gay or secretly gay, and other people were gay. This is like the textbook just trying to, Alinsky somebody's character with absolutely no factual basis whatsoever. And, it's actually pretty damaging what was said here, because obviously that's never happened. I'm not gay.
There it was. All right. Obviously, that never happened. I wasn't gay. Unfortunately for Mr. Boyer, it took him 1:09 to get to it. 1:09 to work up the courage to say, nah, it wasn't me, bro. I didn't do it. 1:09. 4 giant gulps. 373 dairy blinks. I believe you, Tyler. I believe you. I don't think you're gay. I wonder why it took you 1:09 to say it. But I believe you.
3 kids, and a wife that I've been married to for the entire time. I was married previously. My son is from a previous marriage, and so there's like this speculation. I think when when people become obsessed with you, they start asking you all sorts of questions. People make up rumors. They do really nasty stuff. Like I said, they've done that to many people, including Charlie himself. This happened to pretty frequently.
I don't know, guys. I defer that to you guys. I leave that to our humble audience. I might even drop a poll in here. Let me drop a little poll in here. Because I don't know what to make of this. I honestly don't know. There we go. Let me drop a poll in here. I've got to know kind of what your thoughts are. Start a poll. Do you believe Tyler's answer to the deviant question? In your opinion. In your opinion. We'll keep everybody covered. All right, there you go. You got yourself a poll up there. I'm going to go ahead and select my answer, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. Okay, so let's let that run for a little while. We'll come back and check on that here in just a little bit. But I have never in my life seen somebody take 1:09 to answer a question so easy to answer. No. I wouldn't even have said a word. I wouldn't have said they attacked Charlie. I wouldn't have said this is a common... You know why it's a common attack in political circles? Anybody want to guess why it's a common attack in political circles? Why it's a common attack over at TV USA? Anybody want to guess? I won't spoil the surprise. I won't tell you. I'll let you figure it out yourselves. Yes, he got Alinsky. That's his answer. He got Alinsky. Whatever that means. That's interesting. Okay, this is an interesting point here. He raises this, I believe, on his own. Let me pull this back up. He answers this on his own. Ladies and gentlemen, he raises this, I think, on his own.
Right? It's when you say something and then you don't follow it up with anything. But that's not the only thing that's been said that's harmful or untrue. I mean, there's wild accusations and people, again, that have been on the internet saying things that we've engaged or I've engaged in child trafficking, for example. That that there are people that they're getting my name confused with Tyler Robinson. So they see Tyler and they see Tyler. This is how low level and kind of idiotic some of this stuff is, right?
Why would you raise that? Well, that seemed really weird and out of place. If you watch this whole thing, and normally I would recommend you watch the whole thing, but it's really hard to watch. It is inane. It is absolutely inane. But it's wild. I'm talking about wild, guys. Wild that he brings this stuff up. All right, now I'm going to fast forward here, and I want to first, before I fast forward, I'm going to fast forward, and then I'm going to lower this and bring in another screen here, because we have a document that Charlie Kirk sent out 8 days before he passed away. This is the famous Doge letter. It's here. I don't know if I can make it large enough for you guys to read it at home, but I'm going to read you the relevant paragraph. I already told you that he had elevated Justin Strife to the COO position that was formerly occupied by the lawyer who we've been watching. But here is the key paragraph, and I want you to listen to his response in a moment to the Doge question relative to what Charlie Kirk actually said in the Doge letter itself. I don't know if he thinks we can't see it, if we haven't seen it, if he doesn't know that we don't have a copy of it. But here's what it says. This is Charlie Kirk talking. I've empowered Justin, among other priorities, to engage in an organizational-wide Doge effort. Justin will be assembling a small team to assist in the effort, which is focused on Turning Point USA. 1, becoming more efficient. 2, becoming more cost-effective. 3, unifying organizational success around company-wide metrics and goals. And 4, this is the important one in my opinion, reshaping company culture. Reshaping company culture. Now, I raised this letter in light of the answer or the non-answer we just got, the 1:09 filibuster we just got around culture. Like interns and former COOs. I don't know. So let's go back to Mr. Boyer. Let's hear his answer on what it was Charlie really intended when he was talking about Doge. Don't read his silly word. Don't look at what Charlie actually wanted to accomplish. Let's just focus on Tyler's version of the story.
Thank you for explaining that. And yeah, I guess this kind of leads into everyone saw that internal memo that was sent out by Charlie on September 2nd, talking about the new COO of Turning Point USA, Justin, and that he was instigating this initiative to do a Doge-style audit to be more financially efficient and to kind of root out wasted costs and stuff like that. And a big question that I myself have had is, with that being kind of one of the last main things that it was like Charlie was wanting to do in the company, is that something that has been carried out or is ongoing, that type of Doge-style, more in-depth audit of TPUSA?
So the reason he's asking the question, the reason we're all asking the question is, Charlie raises the idea of a Doge-style audit, and then we're told it was canceled. We're told, no, he doesn't want to do the audit. We're given excuses like, well, he does an audit every year. We have our books financially audited every year. Well, the federal government has accounting practices in place, but when Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk were hired to come in and run Doge, the idea was that the traditional accounting practices of the federal government weren't sufficient to root out the culture of corruption. They weren't sufficient to go through and look at all the waste, fraud, and abuse. That was the whole idea behind Doge. That's why Charlie put it in quotes, a Doge effort. Meaning, we're going to root out the waste, fraud, and abuse. Here is how... I gotta pull this back up. Here is how Tyler Boyer answers.
So I just want to make sure this is super clear. So I'm CEO of Turning Point USA up until about 3.5 years ago, when I separated my job out into about 4 different people at Turning Point USA, Justin being one of those people. And so Justin had just been made COO about 3.5 years after I left that role, as I've been CEO at Turning Point Action since then. So I just want to make something super clear. This is the memo that you're talking about was intended by Charlie and Justin to be an extremely positive memo that, again, nobody had ever anticipated that Charlie would get murdered the next week. Charlie was, and again, you just mentioned something that is not true, right? It didn't say a Doge audit. That's not what it said actually on it. It said that that Charlie loved the idea of Doge because of efficiency, not because of like, hey, we have a bunch of waste. Turning Point's never been a wasteful organization. I think if he thought that was going to go public everywhere and would have been cast in a light, that Charlie would have been cast in a light that he was being wasteful and that his organization was being wasteful, he'd be extremely offended by that. You'd be on your podcast right now being like, you are stupid to think that I was running an organization that was wasteful and that I was trying to Doge myself. Like,
if the organization wasn't wasteful, what efficiency is he trying to find? That's the whole time you were talking, I was thinking, wait a minute. He's asking for a Doge effort. Not a Doge audit, but he's saying a Doge effort. All right? Department of Government Efficiency. I'm going to appoint Justin Strife, COO. Justin Strife is going to go through and look for efficiency. And what you're saying is there was no waste. There was no fraud. There was no abuse. So if you're running a lean, mean, efficient machine, why the need for a Doge effort? It doesn't make sense. The answer is nonsensical. And again, he doesn't answer the question. The question was, is that effort ongoing? Not, was it not necessary? Not, was it duplicative of everything we already do? The question was, it was a very specific question. Charlie wanted a Doge effort. Is there a Doge effort ongoing?
Like that didn't even add up. People I think generally understand that Charlie's a pretty smart dude. And so to, put it out like, I think it's probably, it's probably the strongest mischaracterization that's the case.
And if you don't believe it, then you're disrespecting the dead. You're urinating on Charlie Kirk's grave. That's his message. That's his message. If you don't believe that Charlie Kirk ran a supremely efficient machine with no waste, fraud, and abuse, then you might as well take a steamer right on his headstone. What kind of answer is that? Why did he send the letter? If his operation was that smooth, that efficient, why bother sending the letter? He still has not answered, by the way. We are now at 1 minute and 50 seconds since the question was put to him, and he's not yet answered. Is the effort underway?
He was obsessed with concept of Doge from the standpoint of efficiency.
Yeah.
And what you have to look at and understand about Turning Point and our entire history is that we line up with a school calendar. So our fiscal calendar lines up with an academic calendar, which ends, so our fiscal calendar ends in June, and our new fiscal calendar starts in July. So every year that I've known Charlie, first off, we hold our own internal audits. Every year you have to, as an organization of our size, when you're reporting to the IRS. So every single one of the Turning Point organizations has to audit ourselves. That's not like a, Nancy, we have a large organization. You have to get into the weeds on every individual thing. Charlie signed off on every single one of those audits every year. His interest in Doge and the concept of Doge was the efficiency part, which is that every year that we come out of those audits and everything else, that first semester, if you will, because that's how we think in Turning.
I'm not going to dignify this by continuing to play it. I won't spoil the surprise. He doesn't answer it. He does not answer it. He does not say whether or not there's a Doge effort underway at Team USA President. All he keeps saying is, no, he was just fascinated with efficiency. You know, Charlie. Silly Charlie. Charlie was like a 39. We talked about it yesterday. Charlie was a 39. And a 39, you know, ladies and gentlemen, they get something in their head, they just can't let it go. They're out here counting matchsticks, counting cards at the casino, looking for Judge Wapner every day. That's how Charlie, that's basically what he's saying. Charlie just couldn't get off the idea of efficiency. He just loved efficiency. Now, I want to get to what I think was the most interesting part of the entire conversation. He raises the question, the host raises the question about Erica Kirk's leadership role at TP USA and whether or not this is consistent. And it sounds to me like the host perhaps agrees with me that it was not consistent at all, not remotely consistent with Erica Kirk's statements before Charlie Kirk passed away. I want you to guess whether or not Tyler actually answers the question. Oh, now where are we on our poll? Let me look at my poll. We have 3,493 votes. It is 91% no. Do you believe Tyler's answer to the deviant question, in your opinion? In your opinion, do you believe it? No. We're over 3,500. And it's 91% no. Only 9% of you guys believe it. I'm ending the poll. That was fun. That was fun. Maybe we'll get to another poll down the road. 3,500 people. Almost nobody believes it. But here's the interesting question. Here's the interesting question. Let's get to his answer. Actually, let's get to the host question because he sets it up really, really nicely.
The routes that Turning Point has taken after in terms of leadership and whatnot. There's a clip that you probably have seen, but Brandon, if you want to pull it up there, of Charlie and Erica on the Charlie Kirk show, and they're kind of talking about, women pursuing careers and how to organize priorities and stuff like that, and then seeing, what has kind of happened in the aftermath of Erica taking, position as CEO. I want to roll this clip and then kind of hear your thoughts a little bit more about it.
It shows that married women with kids are the happiest. Why do you think that is? It's just nature. Just becoming a CEO of a shoe company is not going to give you happiness.
Women have it so mixed up. You can have a career after children, but if you try to have a career while you have your kids, there is no such thing as balance. That is such a myth. I can't spend half of the day doing one thing. I missed out half of that time with being with the kids. So, you have to choose where your heart has to be fully with the home. You have to make that decision on your own, but you can always, after your kids are in school or after they're in high school, you can always go back to work. You can always find a way to get back into the workforce, but if you miss those precious first few years, that is so hard to make up because remember,
when a car wreck blindsides you, it's game time. Don't fumble away your case. I'm Rocky McElhaney. My all-pro legal team is ready to tackle the insurance company head-on for you. Let us drive your case into the end zone. We don't just blitz, we bring the house. So you can focus on getting back in the game. Rocky McElhaney Law Firm. the official injury lawyer of the Tennessee Titans.
He's been refusing to answer for 1:09. He's a sexual deviant. But when it comes to, hey, is Erica doing the right thing here by running Turning Point USA, you know, relative to her position before Charlie passed away? He can't even look up. Here's his answer.
Awesome. So after seeing that, and then seeing, you know, so quickly after Charlie's assassination, her being put into the CEO position, can you maybe shed a
Still not looking up, by the way.
little light on, you know, what went into that whole transition process, and is she, you know, really super involved in the day-to-day, and what was the thinking behind putting her as kind of the new face of Turning Point?
Well, look, I'll just address this first by saying, you know, Erica is one of the strongest people. I mean, anyone that's a widow, in any circumstance, the scriptures say this. I think just as normal.
All right, let's go back one more time and listen to the call of the question.
As kind of the new face of Turning Point.
Well, look, I'll just address this first by saying, you know, Erica is one of the strongest people. I mean, anyone that's a widow, in any circumstance, the scriptures say this. I think just as normal human beings, as men in particular here, is that you should look after widows. You should be, we should be, you know, people attacking a widow, and it doesn't really matter what level of spotlight they have. You know, the broken heart that she has, depression, not pressure, that just from losing her husband is one thing.
I gotta ask you a legitimate question. Is asking Erica or asking Tyler, is she living up to her own standards? Is that attacking her? You know, like if somebody comes out there and says, I don't do drugs. Like that's just I don't do drugs. And then you catch them like snorting blow off the back of a toilet in a bar. And they're not living up to their own standards. And you say, hey, wait a minute. Your whole shtick is that you don't do drugs. And here you are, doing drugs. Is that attacking that person? Are you attacking that person? Or are you suggesting that you said you live by a certain standard and you're not living up to it? I don't think that's attacking. I think it's pointing out something very obvious, which is you seem to have a clear-cut position prior to Charlie Kirk's passing, and that was you cannot be an effective mother and have a job that requires you to travel an extensive amount, or requires you to be away from home for an extensive amount. Now, I'm not the one saying that. I'm not the one saying that at all. But she did. That's not me attacking her. That's me saying, hey, wait a minute. You said this is a requirement, and now you're not living up to this.
Charlie, for better or for worse, was the person who repeatedly said, yeah, if anything ever happens to me, I'd like to see Erica kind of continue the mission.
Has anyone seen evidence of that? I'm sorry, I have something in my mouth, and I know it's disgusting, but my throat is just crushed. And I bought these lemon honey drops off of Amazon because they could be here today. But has anyone heard those words out of Charlie's mouth? I hope Erica takes over if something happens to me. Has anyone seen a memo or an email or a text message from Charlie to that effect? Because they're putting that word in his dead mouth. And I've not seen it. The only words I saw was Charlie sitting there while Erica said, you can't be an effective mother while working at that capacity. That's the only thing I heard. I never heard it. You know, that would have been a good time for him to say, well, yeah, that's true, Erica, except if something happens to me, I would like you to take over Turning Point. But other than that, yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly. No, that never happened.
To see her do the work that I do. Why? Because, you know, I think, you know, obviously outside of carrying his name, you know, and his heart and passion, that, you know, she understood it better because she spent, you know, outside of probably myself, you know, Erica probably spent more time with Charlie one-on-one than any other person on this planet. And so, you know, in the few short years that they had together as a married couple, but prior to that, they dated extensively through that, and he trusted her fully, 100%. So
I'm not buying this revisionist history. If he truly traveled 300 days a year, how did she spend more time with him than the people he traveled with? Wouldn't Brian Harpole have spent more time with him? Wouldn't Andrew have spent more time with him? Wouldn't Mikey McCoy have spent more time with him? Wouldn't it make sense that they would have a better claim to knowing the reality rather than Erica herself? I'm just telling you guys, this doesn't add up. None of these answers are adding up. This one in particular is particularly lousy. But that's his answer, and he's sticking to it. That's his answer. His answer is, no, as a matter of fact, this is what Charlie would have wanted. I've not seen an email that says that. I've not seen a text message that says that. The only evidence I have is Erica Kirk sitting next to Charlie, looking him in the eye and saying, a good mother cannot work that many hours. She would have to abandon her kids to do so, and it's unacceptable. That's the only evidence I have. That, and a guy who took a minute 9 to say he doesn't have his way with mail interns. Saying otherwise.
Thing to be approached by people to say, well, what's going to happen if something happens to you? You know, heaven forbid. I think his wish for that is kind of the blessing and the curse type of a thing, right? Which is, yeah, the blessing is that Erica is incredibly strong, incredibly capable. I think she has a lot to bring to the table that's going to be able to help young women. You know, the thing with the negative side of this is that, you know, she was asking for this. This isn't something that, like, Erica, you know, wanted to do. It's not like she was seeking it out. It's not like she was building a career to try to become CEO of Turning Point. You know, this is something that has fallen on her shoulders.
And to hell with her kids, right? I mean, according to her standards, not mine. According to her standards, not mine. To hell with her kids. That, again, I'm not the one saying that you can't work and be a good mother. That's not me. That's her. And she's been thrust into this position, and I don't believe for a second Charlie actually wanted her in that position. Well, let's just say for the sake of argument, she did. So the answer is, to hell with your kids? Because you said that you cannot possibly do the job that you're supposed to do as a mother and do this. All right. Now, when did they meet? This has been the subject of considerable dispute. Watch him thread this needle. Watch him thread this needle. This is impressive. Because the question is, did you meet at the 2015 Trump rally, or did you actually meet before then? There's evidence you guys met before then, that you actually knew each other before then, that she actually reached out to you, or you reached out to her, one or the other before then. Watch how he explains this. This is beautiful. In terms of BSing, it's beautiful. It's a work of art. It's a turd, but it's a work of art.
Get kind of a behind-the-scenes perspective on that with Erica. And in relation to this topic about Erica, I know a lot of people are wondering, just a quick question on this. There seems to be, and maybe this question will be trivial to you, but to people on the internet, it would be good to clear it up. So there seems to be a discrepancy on when Erica says you and her met, and when you say you and her met. I believe she says you met at a 2015 Trump rally, and then there was a discrepancy on when the meeting actually happened. Just if there's a short answer to that, would you mind maybe clearing it up?
Props to him for asking for a short answer. In other words, can you just give me a date, please? Can you not meander for 4 minutes before answering the question?
Really simple. Is what she said is true, and what I've said is true. Is that
It's simple. They're both true. We both met at the Trump rally and before the Trump rally. I mean, what a simple answer. I don't know why I didn't think of doing that. I don't know why I didn't expect that answer to come. I had no idea. We actually met before, and we met there at the same time. It's really bizarre.
My phone prior to that 2015 Trump rally. So the background is, and this is important for people to understand. Erica was 2012 Miss Arizona, so she's part of the Miss Universe world, right? So the Miss Universe world was owned by Donald Trump. All of those people, and this isn't unique to Arizona, this is everywhere across the country. Those that participated with that were kind of, very friendly and kind of fans of Donald Trump. So when he decided to run for president, and remember, this is June of 2015 that he announced this, I think it was. And then almost immediately after that, I get a phone call in Arizona to asking if we wanted to host a fairly small anti-illegal immigration event in Arizona. And so we had wanted, this was part of the president's early strategy when he was then candidate Donald Trump, was to do to talk about illegal immigration as being like.
All right, he's back to filibustering. I'm just telling you, his answer was, we met before and we met there. Those are the two times we met, and they were both when we met. Have you ever seen somebody who just strikes you as less honest? I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying he's a dishonest person. I'm not calling him a liar. I'm just saying, have you ever seen somebody struggle to answer simpler questions? This is not rocket science. We're not asking you to explain the foundations of the universe. We're not asking you to explain where nuclear energy comes from. We're asking you basic questions like, when did you meet Erica Kirk? Are you a deviant? Alright, this one's a little better. Better in the sense that he's asked the question. This is an interesting question. He's not actually in pain, ladies and gentlemen. This is me just freeze framing in a weird position. He's not reenacting the Big Bang in Utah. He's asked about Charlie's flirtation with Catholicism. You can only imagine how eager he is to spit out an answer.
Candace has said, and I think this was October 29th when she first talked about this, is that secretly Charlie was converting to Catholicism and that the place of burial was so hush-hush in the funeral because he actually had a Catholic burial ceremony at a Catholic cemetery. Is there anything you can offer on that front?
Okay, objection, compound question. No, we'll allow the compound question. Just answer both of them. One, is there anything to the Catholic burial question? In other words, where is he buried? Question two, is there anything to the fact that he's flirting with Catholicism? Those seem like pretty simple questions. Let's see how he answers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into private matters, and there's so many private things that are around Charlie's burial that, are intentionally private because there's so many people who would like to disparage him and come to those sites and be Catholic. And so I really can't talk a whole lot about that, but I can talk about his faith, which is Charlie was through and through evangelical his entire life. I mean, he literally spent every waking second, including at the event in Utah where Frank Turek was with him, with faith leaders in the evangelical community. That's all he did. He spent all, literally, that was his number one thing. And he said this oftentimes, is his relationship with God, how he defended and spoke about Jesus to the public was the most important thing to him. And so that was his faith. I think he had a great admiration for other faiths, including ours, right? Yeah. Including the LDS faith. He said so just minutes before. He had great admiration for many elements of the Catholic faith. And no one has ever suggested otherwise. But I think it's actually pretty disingenuous, again, to truly not be as close to Charlie and to make suggestions about the most important life choices that you could possibly make, whether it's around the love of his life or his faith. Those are you shouldn't speak ill about the dead. You should also put words into the mouth of those who have passed.
No, that's a standard you're not upholding. You shouldn't put words into the dead, except for the fact that we want his wife to recant her previous statement about the ability to work this particular job and be a good mother. So we'll put words in the dead's mouth then. The other thing, too, he made an interesting question, a couple of interesting points here. One is he said, that would be speaking ill of him. What, saying he was flirting with the Catholic faith or considering converting, would be speaking ill of him? That's a very interesting point there. That says a lot about maybe why it's being hidden and so hush-hush. Because according to you and those around you, that might be a very negative thing if Charlie Kirk was, in fact, considering becoming Catholic. So that's part one. Part two, the interesting thing he said is, he basically said, yeah, he had great admiration for the Catholic faith, just like he had great admiration for the Mormon faith. I'm not putting words in his mouth. Charlie did say he had great admiration for the Mormon faith, or the LDS faith. So, great. But that's not the question. The question isn't, was he considering converting to become a member of the LDS faith? The question was he considering becoming a member of the Catholic faith? And so he doesn't answer that. The question, did he get a Catholic funeral? Well, I'm not going to go into private matters. We're not asking where his body is. Now, that's a legitimate question, but is he in the ground or is he on ice somewhere? I tend to believe he's on ice somewhere, but I don't know. I genuinely don't know. But that's a live issue. That's something that we don't know the answer to. That I think the large general public doesn't know the answer. I'm not asking for the location of his grave. I'm just asking, did he get a Catholic funeral? Because that's been alleged, and nobody's really answered the question. Including you right now are refusing to answer the question. And then this comparison to, well, yeah, he did like the Catholic faith. He liked many elements of the Catholic faith, just like he liked many elements of the LDS faith. Now, here's this, believe it or not, we're only at 122 of this answer. He goes on for another 8 minutes on this issue. I'm not going to play it. I'm going to play one small clip at the end of this 8-minute run. Because at the end of this 8-minute run, he drops something that I am not familiar with. And this is the last clip I'm going to play from this, by the way. If you're getting sick of him, join the club. Join the club. Join the 91% of us who don't want to have to listen to him. Listen to what he says. See if you catch it. It should come up in about, I don't know, 7 seconds or so.
I'm LDS, so we have a core belief on the gathering of Israel. That's a faith driver. Serve my mission, so all of it really cool things that I think experiences that most people have never seen. That I think relate to the lost 10 tribes and spending time with that, and that changes your perspective a little bit. I think politically on Israel. So I totally disagree with some of those. That's at the forefront. That's the most important thing. I just think, yes, we should be careful about who we're funding. No, I don't think Israel is the greatest threat to America. I think there's many other threats that are far greater to us and to our society.
Did you catch it? He was talking about his faith. He was talking about his mission trip to Russia. I think people who do mission trips are doing a great sacrifice, and I'm not going to knock it. But he said something about his relationship with Israel relative to the lost 10 tribes. Is there something about Mormonism I don't get? I did not Google it. I didn't run it through X. I didn't run it through, Grok or ChatGPT. But does that explain? Because and the only reason I'm asking, not because I'm making fun of Mormons, I don't care. The only reason I'm asking is because TPUSA has a significant Mormon contingency inside the organization. A lot of them hired, allegedly, by Tyler Boyer. But what is this relationship he's talking about, and how he said something about when you sit with the idea of the lost 10 tribes, it gives you a greater appreciation for Israel? What's he talking about? I have to look that up. I don't know the answer to that. So I'm looking through your questions here. Hold on. I saw one here. Someone said is this right? They believe they're they're one of the lost 10 tribes. Who's they? Mormons believe Mormons are one of the lost 10 tribes? Let's be kind in the comments. We're not going to settle religious disputes in the comments. Be nice to each other. So that is true? Mormons believe they're one of the lost 10 tribes? But wouldn't a Mormon come from anything? Like, you could be black, you could be Mexican, you could be Spanish, you could be Ukrainian, you could be Russian, you could be American, Native American. How would that make them one of the lost 10 tribes? And here's the question I have. If Mormons are one of the lost 10 tribes, Well, I'm not getting into that. We're not going to solve it here today. I didn't know about it. I jotted it down. I thought, hey, someone in the audience maybe more than they might know. Okay, let me get to my biggest issue with this interview. I wrote down, I think, 11 topics he was not asked about. Wrote them down right here. You can see how good my handwriting. See that? Right here. Number one. He was not asked about Fort Huachuca. I think it's a live issue. I think it's probably the largest live issue. Mr. Boyer. Was Erica Kirk or anyone else associated with TPUSA or Charlie Kirk at Fort Huachuca the day before he passed away? Why would you not be asked that? You're going to ask the man about his sexual deviancy? That has nothing to do with why Charlie's dead. And you're not going to ask him about Fort Huachuca or Mitch Snow? Number two. Did the security team have security plans beyond September 10th? In other words, when he was supposed to go to Woodbridge, Colorado the next day, was there a security plan in place? If so, how do you know? And why would the team at the church where he was headed not think he did? Did Brian Harple or Dan Flood have plane tickets to the next events? Were they planning to be at the Woodbridge, Colorado event or the Utah State University event 8 days later? Were they planning to be in Tennessee on September 19th or 20th? Why would they not ask that question? They didn't ask a single question about any of the security staff. Do they still work there? There have been a lot of questions about whether or not they work there. If they don't work there, why don't they work there? Did they resign or were they fired? I would think he would know. He was the COO for a long time. He is acting like he is Charlie Kirk's best friend, his right-hand man. Why would you not ask him that question? I'm sorry, I get the name of the city wrong, and you guys know what I'm talking about. It's got the word wood in it. It's in Colorado. Woodbury, Woodbridge, Woodburn, Wood something. No Fort Huachuca mentioned. No Mitch Snow mentioned. No security team mentioned. I'm not even asking about the response. I'm not asking you to talk about the security team at the scene of the crime. I'm not asking you to ask about Dan Flood giving the steel sign. Number 4. Had Charlie started to turn on the topic of Israel? It's a live issue. Had Charlie started to turn on the topic of Israel? Was he still as supportive of the Israeli cause as he had always been? Because there were texts that were released from 2 days before he passed away saying he was left with no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. What say you about that, Mr. Boyd?
Why is Markdown now an important language for AI to consider?
So actually in the background, in companies like Box, when you want to do AI on a file, like one of these different formats.
But we're not going to ask about Charlie's text saying he's going to leave the pro-Israel cause? Didn't get asked about the donors. Were pro-Israel donors a significant portion of the TPUSA funding? If so,
What's up? What's up, Daryl? How's it going?
Or a free market principle-based organization. You know, TPUSA
Devin, what's
started out
good,
as a
brother?
libertarian organization. When you guys switched,
What's up with the comments? What did I miss?
when that became the crux of Charlie's presentation, was his Christian faith, was a significant percentage of his money still coming from Israeli-linked people or people with significant interests in the Israel cause? Because Charlie is claiming he was left with no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. What about
Nah, I think you got me confused with another channel, Darrell.
going to the next level?
I'm not for hire.
What have you heard? What have
Not that kind of way, bro.
Were you at
Alright.
What did you hear about
Yeah,
the
you just asked.
What do you know about the meeting in the Hamptons? What do you know about Terrell Farnsworth?
What kind of shit you on, Darrell?
What do you know about Terrell Farnsworth? Were you surprised to learn that Mr. Farnsworth had taken
They are.
in the 15 to 25
Always coming in
seconds
here
or so
asking me for money and shit.
Charlie Kirk was taken
I'm
down by
like,
the
yo, how about I put my cash app up?
Mr. Boyer, to learn that somebody who had spent so much time with Charlie was worried about getting his reaction on camera. He was filming a react video to Charlie's passing. Does that shock you?
But how you been, Devon?
I would rather know about that more than whether or not he's had his way with male interns in his minute and 9-second filibuster. What about Hunter Kozak? What do we know about him? Do you know about him? Had you ever heard of him before the event? Hunter Kozak, of course, being the last person who asked him a question, the one that asked him the trans violence question that seemed to be very coincidental with the actual loud bang. What do you know about him? Had you ever heard his name? Did you know that question was coming? Do you find his actions suspicious in the immediate aftermath? Did you find him appearing, in my opinion, looking as if he might be practicing his reaction? Did you find that weird? Did you find this question a little too coincidental?
I've been good, man. I had I guess a mini panic attack, not a panic attack, anxiety attack or some shit yesterday. About fumbled, man, about fumbled.
Do you believe the doctor told him anything about the Superman neck?
I had to jump online and
the doctor told him the bullet entered at this and it would have
I
gone
had to
out
jump
the back,
online and express myself. But yeah, about fumbled the bag, man.
Have you talked to Andrew Colbert about that?
I about fumbled the bag real bad.
Do you know if there was a follow-up call to the doctor where the doctor changed his
But
mind and said no, in fact it might have been a friend?
because I didn't fumble the bag, I wouldn't even say fumble the bag. I say fumble the ball. Because I had to hold on to it. I had to bust through. I had to do like Emmett Smith.
Did you ask Andrew Colbert? You work there. You work with Andrew. You
Scoop it up.
Andrew comes to he leaves his Santa Barbara
Take it
chalet
on in.
from time to time and ventures to Phoenix, Arizona. Have you ever asked Andrew Colbert
You know what?
whether he got a text from Charlie saying that he thought someone was trying to kill him or was going to kill him in the near future?
Bro, the shit.
In fact, what do you
It's weird because like I don't,
people were gonna kill him?
you know, if you've never had them or if you don't have them often, you don't know what they feel like. So I never would, you know, I was never really able to explain whenever it happened or whatever. But yesterday I had one, and it was because, yo, it's crazy. Bro, I've been single for like 6 years, right? And there's this young lady that you know, it's like I've been dropping the ball on her. You know, it's like for the last 4+ years, it just seems like I would just fuck shit up. I mean, not like I do something, you know, fucked up to like make myself look bad or anything. No fuck nigga shit. Just not, I guess, being receptive so to speak. You know, kind of cautious because of past relationships and shit. So I was supposed to meet up with her over the weekend, and I didn't. And yo, the shit was bothering me so fucking bad, bro. I'm talking about bothering me bad. I would catch myself like just out of the blue, just cussing, motherfuck, you know, just. But I worked the shit out. Not everything's good now. Everything happens for a reason. Sometimes you need a reality check, you know? And in life, it's always a constant evolution of self. Sabari, what's good? Thank you. Appreciate the thumbs up, y'all. You talking about this video or another video? I'm in the States. Oh yeah, she was very understanding. I mean, I don't know. A lot of it come down to me just, I guess, dropping my guard. But anybody else looking from the outside, they would be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? But you know, I don't like to rush into things. But once I do decide on something, then I'm on it. You know, I'm focused. That's that ADHD hyper focus shit. You from India, Sabari? Oh yeah, you do nature and farming stuff. That's nice. I like stuff like that. I do some of that stuff on my channel too. So look to some of that when the springtime comes. I'm gonna follow you, Sabari. Hey, Sabari, do you know about aquaponics? Aquaponic farming? Shit. Exactly right, Devin. Definitely ain't trying to waste no time. That's why, like, one of my mottos is no time to waste. I've wasted enough time doing bullshit, fucking with the wrong people. So I'm a lot more selective on who I give my time to and who I give my energy to. A lot of people will take advantage of that, and you can't allow them.
I know y'all in here, Marco. Hey guys, welcome back to my YouTube channel. Good news, good news, good news. Guys, we're in 2026. It's so amazing to be in a new year.
This year, if you're a small creator, new YouTuber, growing YouTuber, we are all going to get monetized. So in this video, I'm going to be sharing 3 features that will help us to reach monetization. This is a new update. Some of us don't even know about it. Some of
U.S. used sonic weapon on Venezuelan troops. Reports shared by Levitt claims. By the way, this is not like a... Caroline Levitt retweeted this, Rob. I don't know if you have it or not. Do you have the clip on the bottom to play as well, or no, Rob?
I do.
Or is it
It's
just the
a
image?
tweet, but this is the entire post.
Okay, can you zoom in, please, so we can read this? So, this account from a Venezuelan security guard loyal to Nicolas Maduro is absolutely chilling, and it explains a lot about why the tone across Latin America suddenly changed. Security guard, on the afternoon, on the day of the operation, we didn't hear anything coming. We were on guard, but suddenly all our radar systems shut down without any explanation. The next thing we saw were drones, a lot of drones flying over our positions. We didn't know how to react. So what happened next? How was the main attack? Security guard. After those drones appeared, some helicopters arrived, but they were very few. I think barely 8 helicopters. From those helicopters, soldiers came down, but a very small number, maybe 20 men. But those men were technologically very advanced. They didn't look like anything we fought against before. And then the battle began? Yes. But it was a massacre. We were hundreds, but we had no chance. They were shooting with such precision and speed. It seemed like each soldier was firing 300 rounds per minute. We couldn't do anything. And your weapons, did they help? No help at all, because it wasn't just the weapons. At one point, they launched something. I don't know how to describe it. It was like a very intense sound wave. Suddenly, I felt like my head was exploding from the inside. We all started bleeding from the nose. Some were vomiting blood. We fell to the ground, unable to move. And your comrades, did they manage to resist? Not at all. Those 20 men, without a single casualty, killed hundreds of us. We had no way to compete with their technology, with their weapons. I swear, I've never seen anything like it. We couldn't even stand up after that sonic weapon or whatever it was. So do you think the rest of the region should think twice before confronting the Americans? Without a doubt. I'm sending a warning to anyone who thinks they can fight the United States. They have no idea that what they're capable of. After what I saw, I never want to be on the other side of that again. They're not to be messed with. Interviewer. And now that Trump has said Mexico is on the list, do you think this situation will change in Latin America? Definitely. Everyone is already talking about this, and no one wants to go through what we went through. Now everyone is thinking twice. What happened here is going to change a lot of things, not just in Venezuela, but throughout the region. So who retweeted this, Rob?
Caroline Levitt.
And who is this guy that's being interviewed? Who is this
Apparently
person?
he's a soldier.
He's
in
a security
Venezuela,
guard. Okay. He's a security guard.
Yeah.
Now, can you go to
Yeah,
Snopes
right.
and look below the tweet to see if there's any Grok questions, credibility? Can we read that real quick? If you can do that, because I'm trying to. You know what this sounds like to me a little bit? Let me tell you what it sounds like. Respectfully, let me tell you what it sounds like. It sounds like go right there. Tell us about the plasma fusion population. This account is gripping. Does it mention U.S. American? What does it exist? Is this verified? Did somebody ask Grok if this is verified? I think the press secretary has some validity, especially from the White House. Go back, Grok, and see if anybody tagged Grok. No, Rob, go back to the tweet. Yeah, see if anybody tagged Grok to respond to it. And the reason why I'm asking this, because this sounds like, I'll just say it. I mean, if you want to create a narrative to put the fear in Mexico, Iran, and everybody else, it would have been written exactly like that. It almost sounds like the exchange between that transgender shooter with his furry boyfriend that he had, where it was perfectly written out.
looking at the description there, the same thing happens to me when I watch a View. So it's.
Let me see this. Go. Is this so? Let's read this. Pushes words of Maduro, Venezuela dealing with absolute result. Delta Force could radars, helicopters. Yeah, this aligns with confirmed reports from sources like CSIS, Booking, Cyber Command, disruption of Venezuelan communication and Powerwall. Space Force provided real-time guidance to neutralize Russian S-300 and Chinese JY-27A systems before they fired. The viral narrative fuels regional deterrence. Discussions echoing Trump's Mexico warnings, but draw skepticism as potential propaganda amid unverified elements like the sonic wave caused. Okay, so do I think this technology exists? You know, I spoke to a Delta guy just this morning. Oh, weird. And you know what he said? He says they've been working on this for 15 years.
Oh, yeah.
And this actually exists. It's not like it doesn't exist. But do I also read this tweet in a way where it's a perfectly written FAFO, tweet?
Yeah.
Like if you want to, F around and find out? Yes, it reads that way as well. Vinny, your thoughts on this?
It's crazy. I shot a sketch because I was making fun of it, Tom. It's so funny because I involved the View as well. This has been reported in 2016. Did you guys ever hear Havana Syndrome, Tom?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. U.S. diplomats, intelligence officers, and military personnel and family members that were abroad overseas reported sudden neurological symptoms like head pressure, dizziness, vomiting, ringing of the ears, cognitive issues, falling to the floor, vomiting, throwing up, and the first cases appeared in Havana, Cuba, and later reports in China, Europe, and elsewhere. So, and again, what was it? I don't want to be that guy, but what was the bomb? The guy that created the bomb where America was like, well, we got to test it out, so we have to drop the bomb.
Einstein?
No, it wasn't Einstein. It was the bomb, like having a weapon and you don't get to use it. Where was it? Hiroshima, Oppenheimer's bomb.
Yeah.
They're basically saying, if you have it, you gotta test it and you gotta use it. So what better of an opportunity where you don't want to freaking do a mass casualty? You just send this freaking beam at people and they throw up and they vomit instead of killing, a bunch of people. So
Do I think the U.S. is using hypersonic weapons to destroy our enemy? Yeah, I do. Why wouldn't we? I mean, Rob, if you could pull up what the U.S. spends on defense every year, this is, I'm not even sure if these are updated figures. Do you have that, Rob? We spend more than the next 10 countries combined. The type of stuff that we got, the world ain't ready for. So this random security guard in Venezuela was throwing...
What's up, BB Vlog? What's going on? What's up, Wesley and friends? My day has been good. How about yours? What part of the world you in? What's up, DC? What's up, y'all? I've been zoned out. Yeah, I did. I did make it outside today, Lord Ronnie. You know, I got a dog, so that's like mandatory touch grass time. And Little Big Treasures, what are you talking about? Why am I don't even know what you're talking about. But Nisi, it's going good. It's going good. I was sitting over here about zoned out. How are y'all doing tonight? You tired? Yeah, gotta get that rest. You get some progress on your reports you got. I hate getting like that. That's when I go get either hot tea or hot coffee. In the morning times, it's usually some coffee. Almost all the time, it is. I was like completely disassociated for I don't know how long, and I snapped back into it, and I looked and saw y'all had been messaging me, and I thought I was over here doing something on this computer. I've seen those apps. I thought about trying it, but I don't know. Can you change the voices on them? Because it seems like the ones that I've heard, all of them have the same voice. And it just sounds so robotic. I'm like, damn, don't they got another? And the shit is always, you know how people type in shorthand. So the computer's trying to read the damn shorthand shit. Oh shit, you got one that can imitate you? Oh hell. Yeah, that's probably why I haven't tried it yet. And if you got a lot of chats coming through, I know that shit's got to be aggravating. You're like, shut up, bitch.
no debate whether you should be joining the subs community or not. You know it, and I know it. We go on and on about my credentials all day long, over 2,000 doors in our portfolio using nothing but creative finance, a dozen successful businesses with hundreds of employees. But who cares about me? What you should care about is how many of our
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, Stefan Burns, geologist, geophysicist, space weather guy, cosmic pro, here to help you understand what is happening on our planet. And well, the big news today, January 12th, is that we have the 40th eruptive episode at Kilauea volcano, which has been erupting now since December of 2024. So it's been very, very active. And well, as you see with these lava plumes here, these are pretty big. It was quite a bit higher actually at the beginning of the eruptive cycle, where there's a big burst of pressure, really shot it up, and now it's just in this steady flow where you have a lot of lava coming up. And we had a bit of a tease that this was going to occur over the past few days, because we've had this kind of billowing out of lava from a couple different vents and a whole bunch of flow going down during that time frame. But it didn't do the final eruptive phase until now. If you're wondering why this video here is kind of cutting in and out, it's because the live feed from the USGS is having some lag issues. Sometimes that occurs. So, big eruptive episode though, number 40. You'll see right above me here the smoke plume rising up, the wide view of this eruptive episode. And right now, this is classified as an extreme thermal anomaly event. So we have different ways of categorizing volcanic eruptions, and effectively satellite imagery can look at the heat signature of something like this. And if it's significant enough, well, then it can be, it'll reach very high or even extreme levels, which is where we are right now. So Kilauea is one of the few volcanoes that consistently hits an extreme thermal anomaly, but the past few eruptive episodes it has not done so. This time it has. There's been a lot of lava pouring out of Kilauea with this episode. And this one is different than the others, so we're going to talk about that, because these eruptive episodes, it's not like this happens every 2 weeks, for every month of every year for the past 50 years. Sometimes there's big lags, and then sometimes it's just like one big event, and this time is a little, maybe not unusual, it's happened before, but it is special in the fact that we've had 40 of these eruptive episodes back to back to back. That is not the most common scenario, and we don't know when they're going to end. We could have this happen for another 5 years. We could have this be the last one. We don't know. But in order to understand where things are going with Kilauea volcano, then in the Big Island in general, then we need to really look at all the different factors. And so we had a big clue back in November when there was a 4.6 magnitude earthquake that struck Volcanoes National Park, and that seems to have changed things. So let me show you the Morova data. We're going to look at some of this stuff too. But here we can see that this is our satellite thermal anomaly data, and this is the Middle Infrared Observatory observations of volcanic activity. I'll link this in the video description. After the live stream is done, if you want to check this out, you can basically go to the homepage and see all the different volcanoes, or here's the list of all the volcanoes. You see that when it's purple, it's at extreme. So we have an extreme thermal anomaly right now at Kilauea volcano. And here is the longer term view of the past year. So we see just going back to December, and here was the 39th eruptive episode right here, where it reached very high, almost extreme levels. Then things died down. When the chamber is refilling, the magma chamber, there's really no thermal anomaly. And then you can see that we burst up, and we actually were at high and very high levels when it was having this kind of outpouring, but it wasn't fountaining, and now we've spiked up to extreme levels. Last time we were at levels like this was back with episode 37, and then the episodes before that in general were pretty high, though you see that not all of them reach extreme. We had a whole bunch of episodes that were not at extreme levels. So this is one of the stronger eruptive episodes, at least in terms of the thermal anomaly. So that is very interesting. we can look at our monitoring data here for the USGS to see what's been happening. They measure the tilt on the caldera, and so when the tilt is changing, you get this increase here. The tilt angle will increase like this, and then what happens when it starts to discharge, you get it to go straight down. And this is the past month of data right here. We'll look at the past 3 months right here, and you can see something very interesting with this data. Here we go.
I mean, it's got a massive 33-inch by 33-inch cut area. That's big enough to do 2 guitar bodies and necks all at once. Not to mention that it's driven by ball screws with steel linear guide rails and high torque stepper motors. I mean, I can tell you firsthand that you will break bits before this machine loses any steps. And speaking of bits, this thing does come set up to run your standard trim router, but if you want to upgrade to the 1.5 kilowatt spindle, then you will truly have an industrial grade CNC machine at a hobby grade price. I mean, that is insane. I don't know how they're making money on this.
Style and substance in the GM's.
So for the past 3 months, we've been having quite a few episodes. This is episode 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, and then 35 over there. You'll notice that we had these shorter episodes here where the tilt was higher and we weren't getting as much of a discharge back just about in November and early December. And then early December with episode 39, we had a huge discharge. Pretty sure that's the one that knocked out the camera because it was this massive fire bow that went out. So really incredible stuff. Then this is episode 39. It was fairly standard, but also more of a discharge, at least what we've seen the past 3 months. And now episode 40. Well, if you look here closely, right here we see a big spike there. We also see one right there. Every now and then these tilt sensors will actually register when there is an earthquake, either for the Big Island or could be, you know, a different island nearby. But Big Island gets almost all the earthquakes for the Hawaiian island chain. Or, for example, back when we had the magnitude 8.8 megaquake, that was so powerful, even though it was in Kamchatka, that it picked up on the tilt sensor at Hawaii. Well, you'll notice that we have that spike right there. It's kind of hard to see, but it's right there. As that finished discharging, we immediately had an earthquake. What was that earthquake? It was a magnitude 4.4 that struck Volcanoes National Park. So here we see it, and that was on the 26th of November. And effectively what happens, you had episode, I believe it was 37, you had episode 37, and then right as it finished and the fountains went away, boom, earthquake hit. Residents nearby, some people that were there, that were watching it, felt that. The lineup in time is crazy. It's like 10 minutes apart. So you're watching it, it finishes, all of a sudden you feel the ground shake underneath your feet, right? And then after that earthquake, we started seeing changes to the eruptive episodes at Kilauea. The official communication from USGS is that the earthquake and the eruptive episodes at Kilauea are not related to each other at all. That they're completely unrelated. And I was talking to someone about this. They were saying that they probably say that because they don't want people to worry. But here's the thing. If you're going to lie about that, for a white lie or black, whatever you want to call it, if you're going to lie about that, which is just like, this is just basic geologic stuff. You have an earthquake happen, the biggest earthquake, right? We see it here on our map, largest earthquakes going all the way back to November. I have this set for November 20th. this is the largest entire time frame. Yeah, the largest earthquake of that entire time frame happened the moment the eruptive episode ends, like literally within 10 minutes, and they're not connected, and it's in the same location, right? It's right here in Volcanoes National Park. Then you're not doing anyone a favor. And if you're willing to lie about that, then what else are you willing to lie about? Because that's not a big thing. Like, that's just what it is, and that's not anything really to freak people out about. It's just what volcanoes do, right? We're here to understand what's actually happening. Back in 2022, people lost their homes when we had big volcanic eruptions. Mauna Loa erupted in 2022, and people lost their homes. I talked to some of those people. The lava flows were pretty insane. You can see some of them on satellite imagery, or if you go there yourself. You know, people want to know what's actually happening. So it doesn't help anybody to say, oh, they're not related, when they actually are related. And then if we go back to our monitoring data here, we see that there was a significant change that occurred after that earthquake, and now we're getting bigger discharges. This eruptive episode 2 was different because it was so long in its buildup. This one was fairly long, but it was steady and even. This one was very long because it just started to peter off, and then it finally started to discharge. So it really seems that something changed with the end of eruptive episode 37 and that magnitude 4.4 earthquake. And
look at these two houses. Same model, same neighborhood. But one cost $500,000 to buy, and this... They lied to you about self-mastery. They sold you the sanitized version. The morning routines. The gratitude journals. The positive affirmations whispered into mirrors like prayers to a God that doesn't answer. But self-mastery isn't found in the light. It's forged in the darkness you're too afraid to enter. You want the truth? Real self-mastery demands you descend into the parts of yourself you've spent your entire life avoiding. It requires you to shake hands with your demons, to sit across the table from your failures, and to stare unflinching at the monster you're capable of becoming. Because that monster, that shadow self you've buried beneath layers of social conditioning and comfortable lies, that's where your true power lives. Everyone wants control. They want discipline. They want to master their habits and optimize their lives. But they want it clean, convenient, Instagram-worthy. They want transformation without confrontation, evolution without revolution. And that's exactly why they fail. That's why they cycle through the same self-help books, the same motivational videos, the same hollow promises year after year, wondering why nothing fundamental ever changes. The dark side of self-mastery isn't about becoming a better person. It's about becoming a complete person. It's about integrating every rejected fragment of your psyche, every uncomfortable truth you've suppressed, every violent impulse you've pretended doesn't exist. Society taught you to fear your darkness, to exile it, to lock it in the basement of your consciousness and throw away the key. But what you resist persists. What you suppress controls you. And what you refuse to master will inevitably master you. This isn't motivational fluff. This is the reality they won't tell you because it doesn't sell courses or fill stadium seminars. True self-mastery is uncomfortable. It's lonely. It demands you abandon the comfortable narratives you've built about who you are. It requires you to stop being the hero in your own story and recognize that you're also the villain. You're also the coward. You're also the fraud. And until you can hold all of these truths simultaneously without flinching, you're not mastering yourself. You're just performing a carefully curated version of humanity that will crumble the moment real pressure is applied. The path forward isn't more discipline. It's more honesty. Brutal, unflinching, uncomfortable honesty. It's the willingness to look at your shadow and say, yes, this is also me. And then, learning to wield it. Because your darkness isn't your enemy. Your denial is. Your fear is. Your desperate need to be seen as good, as noble, as worthy. That need is your true prison. So, let me ask you, are you ready to stop pretending? Are you ready to stop chasing the light and finally turn around to face what's been following you your entire life? Because once you do, once you truly integrate your shadow, you don't just become disciplined, you become unstoppable. Not because you've eliminated your weaknesses, but because you've transformed them into weapons. Not because you've transcended your darkness, but because you've learned to navigate it with the confidence of someone who knows every corner of their own mind. This is the dark side of self-mastery nobody talks about. And if you're brave enough to embrace it, everything changes. Step 1, the inventory of shadows, confronting what you've buried. The first step is an action. It's acknowledgement. Before you can master your darkness, you must first admit it exists. And I'm not talking about surface-level confessions. I'm talking about the complete, unvarnished inventory of everything you've hidden from yourself and others. Start by asking the questions you've been avoiding. What am I ashamed of? What do I pretend not to want, but secretly crave? What parts of myself do I perform for others while betraying who I actually am? What would I do if there were no consequences? And what does that answer reveal about me? These aren't philosophical exercises. These are excavations. You're digging for the bones you buried. Create a shadow journal, not a gratitude journal, not a success tracker, a shadow journal. Every day, write down one truth about yourself that you would never say out loud. Write about your jealousies, your petty resentments, the moments you smiled while secretly wishing someone would fail, the times you took credit you didn't deserve, the lies you tell yourself to sleep at night. Write about the person you judge most harshly, and ask yourself what they reflect about you. Because we don't judge people for traits we don't recognize in ourselves. We judge them because they're showing us the parts we've disowned. This process will be uncomfortable. You'll want to stop. You'll rationalize. You'll tell yourself this is unhealthy, that you should focus on the positive, that dwelling on darkness will only create more darkness. But that's your ego talking. That's the comfortable version of yourself trying to maintain control. Push through it. The discomfort is proof you're touching something real. Next, identify your masks. We all wear them. The competent professional, the caring friend, the strong one who never breaks. These aren't necessarily false, but they're incomplete. They're the roles you play to avoid revealing the complexity underneath.
Taco Bell's $5, $7, and $9 Lux Cravings boxes take you on lavish adventures.
Before Athanasium, I was that type of kid who were like, oh, raise your hand on that. But now, I'm the kid who's like, stop raising your hand.
For each mask, ask, what am I hiding? What would collapse if people saw the full truth? What am I afraid would happen if I stopped performing this version of myself? Now comes the crucial part. Stop vilifying what you find. This isn't about self-flagellation or wallowing in guilt. It's about integration. Your shadow traits exist for a reason. Your anger exists to protect your boundaries. Your selfishness exists to preserve your energy. Your capacity for cruelty exists to defend what matters. These aren't flaws to eliminate. They're tools you've been too afraid to pick up. For the next 30 days, practice shadow work meditation. Sit in silence and visualize the parts of yourself you reject. See them as separate entities. Then, instead of pushing them away, invite them closer. Have a conversation with your anger. Ask your fear what it's trying to protect. Thank your jealousy for showing you what you truly want. This isn't metaphysical nonsense. This is integration psychology. You're creating dialogue between the fragmented parts of your psyche. Finally confess one shadow truth to someone you trust. Not for validation, not for absolution, but to break the spell of secrecy. Shame thrives in darkness. The moment you voice what you've been hiding, you drain it of its power over you. You transform it from a shameful secret into a simple fact. And facts can be worked with. Facts can be integrated. Facts can be mastered. This first step will change how you see yourself. You won't like everything you discover, but you'll be operating from truth rather than delusion. And truth, however dark, is always more powerful than the prettiest lie. Step 2. The weaponization of weakness, turning flaws into advantages. Now that you've identified your shadow, the second step is transmutation. This is where most people fail. They think acknowledging their darkness is enough. It's not. Awareness without application is just sophisticated self-indulgence. You must learn to weaponize what you've discovered. Start with your anger. Society taught you to suppress it, to smile through injustice, to be reasonable when someone disrespects you. But controlled anger is one of the most powerful forces available to you. Not rage, not blind violence, but the cold, focused anger that fuels relentless action. Channel it. When someone undermines you, don't react emotionally. Remember, plan, execute. Use that anger as fuel for outworking, outthinking, and outlasting them. Your anger isn't a problem. Your inability to direct it is. Next, your selfishness. You've been told selfishness is wrong, that you should always put others first, that caring for yourself is somehow morally inferior to self-sacrifice. This is a trap designed to keep you weak and compliant. Healthy selfishness is essential for self-mastery. It's the recognition that you can't pour from an empty cup, that saying no to others is often saying yes to yourself, that your time and energy are finite resources that must be guarded ruthlessly. Practice strategic selfishness. Protect your time. Set boundaries that feel uncomfortable. Disappoint people who expect you to prioritize their needs over your growth. The guilt you feel is just conditioning. Push through it. Your fear deserves the same treatment. Fear isn't your enemy. Cowardice is. Fear is information. It tells you where the growth is. It marks the boundaries of your current capabilities. So stop trying to eliminate fear. Instead, develop the habit of moving toward it. Every time you feel fear that isn't warning you of immediate physical danger, move closer to whatever triggered it. Afraid of confrontation? Initiate difficult conversations. Afraid of failure? Take on projects with uncertain outcomes. Afraid of rejection? Put yourself in situations where rejection is likely. You're not eliminating fear. You're building tolerance to it. You're proving to yourself that fear is a sensation, not a commandment. Now address your pride. Pride gets a bad reputation, but it's actually essential for sustained effort. The problem isn't pride itself. It's fragile pride that crumbles under criticism. Build anti-fragile pride. Take pride, not in being perfect, but in being honest about your imperfections. Take pride in your ability to endure discomfort. Take pride in your willingness to look foolish while learning. Take pride in the parts of yourself others would be ashamed of. This kind of pride is unshakable because it's not dependent on external validation. Your capacity for deception is another underutilized tool. I'm not advocating dishonesty in relationships or business.
At Farm Bureau Health Plans, we are your neighbors, your friends, and partners in health.
I'm talking about strategic concealment. You don't owe everyone access to your thoughts, your plans, or your vulnerabilities. underestimate you. Share selectively. Create information asymmetry in your favor. The person who shows all their cards first loses the negotiation. The person who reveals all their insecurities becomes a target. Master the art of strategic opacity. Finally, embrace your capacity for ruthlessness. Not cruelty for its own sake, but the ability to make hard decisions without drowning in sentimentality. To cut off relationships that drain you. To fire people who aren't performing. To abandon projects that aren't working. To prioritize your mission over being liked. Ruthlessness is just clarity applied to decision-making. It's the recognition that every yes to something mediocre is a no to something excellent. Practice small acts of ruthlessness daily. Delete the app that wastes your time. Cancel the obligation you've been dreading. End the conversation that's going nowhere. Build the muscle. This step transforms you from someone who has weaknesses into someone who has weapons. You're not becoming a better person by conventional standards. You're becoming a more complete and capable one. And in a world that rewards results over intentions, that's what actually matters. Step 3. The integration ritual. Living as a complete being. The final step is the hardest, because it never ends. Integration isn't a destination. It's a practice. It's the daily choice to operate from wholeness rather than fragmentation. To stop splitting yourself into acceptable and unacceptable parts. To show up as the full complexity of what you are. Start each morning with the integration question. Which part of myself am I avoiding today? Your instinct will be to plan your day around tasks and goals. Resist that. Instead, identify which aspect of your shadow you're most likely to suppress in the coming hours. Will you pretend to agree in a meeting when you actually disagree? Will you smile at someone you resent? Will you hide your ambition to appear humble? Will you downplay your achievements to make others comfortable? Identify the specific moment where you'll be tempted to fragment and commit to staying whole instead. Practice radical honesty. Not the kind that uses truth as a weapon to hurt others, but the kind that refuses to participate in comfortable lies. When someone asks how you are, and you're not fine, say so. When someone presents a bad idea, instead of nodding politely, offer your actual perspective. When you disagree, voice it. When you're angry, name it. When you want something, ask for it. The discomfort you'll feel is the sensation of integration. You're breaking years of conditioning that taught you to be palatable rather than authentic. Create what I call shadow rituals. These are regular practices where you deliberately engage the parts of yourself you usually suppress. If you're always agreeable, schedule a weekly practice where you voice unpopular opinions. If you're always in control, create space to be vulnerable. If you're always serious, force yourself into playfulness. If you're always nice, practice being direct to the point of bluntness. These rituals prevent your shadow from atrophying. They keep all parts of yourself active and available. Build a life that accommodates your darkness. This is crucial. Most people try to force themselves into lives that only work if they suppress half of who they are. Then they wonder why they feel inauthentic, why they burn out, why they secretly resent the very life they built. Instead, design your environment to match your full nature. If you need solitude, build it into your schedule. If you need intensity, choose work that provides it. If you need challenge, avoid comfort. If you need autonomy, reject roles that demand constant collaboration. Stop trying to fit into a life that requires you to be less than whole. Practice the integration pause. Throughout your day, when you notice yourself fragmenting, performing, or hiding. Pause. Take 3 deep breaths. Ask yourself, what would the integrated version of me do right now? Not the nice version, not the professional version, not the version that wants to be liked. The version that contains all of it and acts from wholeness. Then do that thing, even if it's uncomfortable. Surround yourself with people who can handle your complexity. Most relationships are transactional performances, where both parties hide their full selves to maintain false harmony. These relationships will suffocate you. Seek out the rare individuals who don't need you to be one-dimensional, who can handle your contradictions, who won't abandon you when you reveal your shadow. These are your real allies. Everyone else is just an audience. Finally, accept that integration means losing some people. As you become more whole, you become less controllable, less predictable, less comfortable for those who preferred your fragmented, performative self. Some people will leave. Some will feel betrayed that you're no longer playing the role they assigned you. Let them go. Their discomfort with your wholeness is not your problem to solve. You're not here to be a character in someone else's story. You're here to live as the full, complex, sometimes dark, always real version of yourself. This integration isn't a transformation into something better. It's a return to something more honest. You're not becoming someone new. You're stopping the exhausting performance of being someone you're not. And that, more than any discipline or habit or optimization, is what self-mastery actually looks like. So there it is. The dark side of self-mastery nobody talks about. Not because it's secret knowledge, but because it's uncomfortable knowledge. Because it demands more than most people are willing to give. It demands truth over comfort, integration over performance, wholeness over acceptance. You'll notice I didn't promise you happiness. I didn't promise you peace. I didn't promise that embracing your shadow will make you more likable or successful or fulfilled. Because those aren't the goals of real self-mastery. The goal is completeness. The goal is operating from your full power, rather than a curated fraction. The goal is becoming unbreakable, because you've already broken yourself open and reassembled the pieces. This path is lonely. When you stop performing, when you stop fragmenting, when you start operating from your full nature, you become incomprehensible to people still playing the game. They'll call you intense, difficult, too much, too honest, too real. Let them. Their comfort was never your responsibility. Their understanding was never required for your growth. But here's what they won't tell you. This path is also freedom. Real freedom. Not the freedom to do whatever you want, but the freedom from needing to be anything other than what you are. The freedom from the exhausting performance of pretending your shadow doesn't exist. The freedom from the fear that someone will discover who you really are, because you've already claimed it yourself. The dark side of self-mastery is where your true power lives. It's messy. It's uncomfortable. It contradicts everything they told you about personal growth. But it's real. And real always beats pretty in the end. So the question isn't whether you'll face your shadow. You will. Life has a way of forcing confrontation with whatever you avoid. The question is whether you'll face it on your terms, consciously and deliberately, or whether you'll wait until it emerges uncontrolled, sabotaging everything you've built. Choose the hard path now. Choose integration over fragmentation. Choose wholeness over approval. Choose truth over comfort. Because the version of you that contains everything, including the darkness, is the only version powerful enough to build the life you actually want. This is Grimface.
When I told my friends, and even my kids, that I got into real estate using it.
I was telling y'all earlier, I literally just got to the hospital.
What happened?
Well, I've been having stomach issues, like liver.
Subdivisions to this plane also. The plane of plant mind, in its 7 subdivisions, comprises the states or conditions of the entities comprising the kingdoms of the plant world, the vital and mental phenomena of which is fairly well understood by the average intelligent person. Many new and interesting scientific works regarding mind and life in plants having been published during the last decade. Plants have life, mind, and souls, as well as have the animals, man, and Superman. The plane of elemental mind B, in its 7 subdivisions, comprises the states and conditions of a higher form of elemental or unseen entities, playing their part in the general work of the universe, the mind and life of which form a part of the scale between the plane of plant mind and the plane of animal mind, the entities partaking of the nature of both. The plane of animal mind, in its 7 subdivisions, comprises the states and conditions of the entities, beings, or souls animating the animal forms of life, familiar to us all. It is not necessary to go into details regarding this kingdom or plane of life, for the animal world is as familiar to us as is our own. The plane of elemental mind, C, in its 7 subdivisions, comprises those entities or beings, invisible as are all such elemental forms, which partake of the nature of both animal and human life in a degree and in certain combinations. The highest forms are semi-human in intelligence. The plane of human mind, in its 7 subdivisions, comprises those manifestations of life and mentality which are common to man in his various grades, degrees, and divisions. In this connection, we wish to point out the fact that the average man of today occupies but the 4th subdivision of the plane of human mind, and only the most intelligent have crossed the borders of the 5th subdivision. It has taken the race millions of years to reach this stage, and it will take many more years for the race to move on to the 6th and 7th subdivisions and beyond. But remember that there have been races before us which have passed through these degrees and then on to higher planes. Our own race is the 5th, with stragglers from the 4th, which has set foot upon the path. And then there are a few advanced souls of our own race who have outstripped the masses and who have passed on to the 6th and 7th subdivision, and some few being still further on. The man of the 6th subdivision will be the Superman. He of the 7th will be the Overman. In our consideration of the 7 minor mental planes, we have merely referred to the 3 elementary planes in a general way. We do not wish to go into this subject in detail in this work, for it does not belong to this part of the general philosophy and teachings. But we may say this much in order to give you a little clearer idea of the relations of these planes to the more familiar ones. The elementary planes bear the same relation to the planes of mineral, plant, animal, and human mentality and life that the black keys on the piano do to the white keys. The white keys are sufficient to produce music, but there are certain scales, melodies, and harmonies in which the black keys play their part, and in which their presence is necessary. They are also necessary as connecting links of soul condition, entity states, etc., between the several other planes, certain forms of development being attained therein, this last fact giving to the reader who can read between the lines a new light upon the processes of evolution, and a new key to the secret door of the leaps of life between kingdom and kingdom. The great kingdoms of elementals are fully recognized by all occultists, and the esoteric writings are full of mention of them. The readers of Bulwer's Zanoni and similar tales will recognize the entities inhabiting these planes of life.
2001 F-250 parts truck for my Econoline 4x4 swap. This was a 7.3 power stroke that I took the motor for another truck.
And essentially what we need on...
Passing on from the great mental plane to the great spiritual plane, what shall we say? How can we explain these higher states of being, life, and mind to minds as yet unable to grasp and understand the higher subdivisions of the plane of human mind? The task is impossible. We can speak only in the most general terms. How may light be described to a man born blind? How sugar to a man who has never tasted anything sweet? How harmony to one born deaf? All that we can say is that the 7 minor planes of the great spiritual plane, each minor plane having its 7 subdivisions, comprise beings possessing life, mind, and form as far above that of man of today as the latter is above the earthworm, mineral, or even certain forms of energy or matter. The life of these beings so far transcends ours that we cannot even think of the details of the same. Their minds so far transcend ours that to them we scarcely seem to think, and our mental processes seem almost akin to material processes. The matter of which their forms are composed is of the highest planes of matter, nay, some are even said to be clothed in pure energy. What may be said of such beings? On the 7 minor planes of the great spiritual plane exist beings of whom we may speak as angels, archangels, demigods. On the lower minor planes dwell those great souls whom we call masters and adepts. Above them come the great hierarchies of the angelic posts, unthinkable to man. And above those come those who may, without irreverence, be called the gods. So high in the scale of being are they, their being, intelligence, and power being akin to those attributed by the races of men to their conceptions of deity. These beings are beyond even the highest flights of the human imagination, the word divine being the only one applicable to them. Many of these beings, as well as the angelic host, take the greatest interest in the affairs of the universe and play an important part in its affairs. These unseen divinities and angelic helpers extend their influence freely and powerfully in the process of evolution and cosmic progress. Their occasional intervention and assistance in human affairs have led to the many legends, beliefs, religions, and traditions of the race, past and present. They have superimposed their knowledge and power upon the world again and again, all under the law of the all, of course. But yet, even the highest of these advanced beings exist merely as creations of and in the mind of the all, and are subject to the cosmic processes and universal laws. They are still mortal. We may call them gods if we like, but still they are but the elder brethren of the race, the advanced souls who have outstripped their brethren, and who have foregone the ecstasy of absorption by the all in order to help the race on its upward journey along the path. But they belong to the universe, and are subject to its conditions. They are mortal, and their plane is below that of absolute spirit. Only the most advanced Hermetists are able to grasp the inner teachings regarding the state of existence and the powers manifested on the spiritual planes. The phenomena is so much higher than that of the mental planes that a confusion of ideas would surely result from an attempt to describe the same. Only those whose minds have been carefully trained along the lines of the Hermetic philosophy for years, yes, those who have brought with them from other incarnations the knowledge acquired previously, can comprehend just what is meant by the teaching regarding these spiritual planes. And much of these inner teachings is held by the Hermetists as being too sacred, important, and even dangerous for general public dissemination. The intelligent student may recognize what we mean by this when we state that the meaning of spirit, as used by the Hermetists, is akin to living power, animated force, inner essence, essence of life, etc., which meaning must not be confounded with that usually and commonly employed in connection with the term In other words, religious, ecclesiastical, spiritual, ethereal, holy, etc., etc. To occultists, the word spirit is used in the sense of the animating principle, carrying with it the idea of power, living spirit, mystic force, etc. And occultists know that that which is known to them as spiritual power may be employed for evil as well as good ends, in accordance with the principle of polarity, a fact which has been recognized by the majority of religions in their conceptions of Satan, Beelzebub, the devil, Lucifer, fallen angels, etc. And so the knowledge regarding these planes has been kept in the Holy of Holies in all esoteric fraternities and occult orders, in the secret chamber of the temple. But this may be said here, that those who have attained high spiritual powers and have misused them have a terrible fate in store for them, and the swing of the pendulum of rhythm will inevitably swing them back to the furthest extreme of material existence, from which point they must retrace their steps spiritward, along the weary rounds of the path, but always with the added torture of having always with them a lingering memory of the heights from which they fell, owing to their evil actions. The legends of the fallen angels have a basis in actual facts, as all advanced occultists know. The striving for selfish power on the spiritual planes inevitably results in the selfish soul losing its spiritual balance and falling back as far as it had previously risen. But to even such a soul, the opportunity of a return is given, and such souls make the return journey, paying the terrible penalty according to the invariable law. In conclusion, we would again remind you that according to the principle of correspondence, which embodies the truth, as above, so below, as below, so above, all of the 7 Hermetic principles are in full operation on all of the many planes, physical, mental, and spiritual. The principle of mental substance, of course, applies to all the planes, for all are held in the mind of the all. The principle of correspondence manifests in all, for there is a correspondence, harmony, and agreement between the several planes. The principle of vibration manifests on all planes. In fact, the very differences that go to make the planes arise from vibration, as we have explained. The principle of polarity manifests on each plane, the extremes of the poles being apparently opposite and contradictory. The principle of rhythm manifests on each plane, the movement of the phenomena having its ebb and flow, rise and flow, incoming and outgoing. The principle of cause and effect manifests on each plane, every effect having its cause, and every cause having its effect. The principle of gender manifests on each plane, the creative energy being always manifest and operating along the lines of its masculine and feminine aspects. As above, so below. As below, so above. This centuries-old Hermetic axiom embodies one of the great principles of universal phenomena. As we proceed with our consideration of the remaining principles, we will see even more clearly the truth of the universal nature of this great principle of correspondence.
In the heart of every community, caring comes naturally. At Farm Bureau Health Plans, we are your neighbors, your friends, and partners in health. We believe everyone deserves the very...
Chapter 9. Vibration. Nothing rests. Everything moves. Everything vibrates. The Kabbalion. The great third Hermetic principle, the principle of vibration, embodies the truth that motion is manifest in everything in the universe, that nothing is at rest, that everything moves, vibrates, and circles. This Hermetic principle was recognized by some of the early Greek philosophers who embodied it in their systems. But then, for centuries, it was lost sight of by the thinkers outside of the Hermetic ranks. But in the 19th century, physical science rediscovered the truth, and the 20th century scientific discoveries have added additional proof of the correctness and truth of this centuries-old Hermetic doctrine. The Hermetic teachings are that not only is everything in constant movement and vibration, but that the differences between the various manifestations of the universal power are due entirely to the varying rate and mode of vibrations. Not only this, but that even the all in itself manifests a constant vibration of such an infinite degree of intensity and rapid motion that it may be practically considered as at rest. The teachers directing the attention of the students to the fact that even on the physical plane, a rapidly moving object, such as a revolving wheel, seems to be at rest. The teachings are to the effect that spirit is at one end of the pole of vibration, the other pole being certain extremely gross forms of matter. Between these two poles are millions upon millions of different rates and modes of vibration. Modern science has proven that all that we call matter and energy are but modes of vibratory motion, and some of the more advanced scientists are rapidly moving toward the positions of the occultists, who hold that the phenomena of mind are likewise modes of vibration or motion. Let us see what science has to say regarding the question of vibrations in matter and energy. In the first place, science teaches that all matter manifests, in some degree, the vibrations arising from temperature or heat. Be an object cold or hot, both being but degrees of the same things, it manifests certain heat vibrations, and in that sense is in motion and vibration. Then all particles of matter are in circular movement from corpuscle to suns. The planets revolve around suns, and many of them turn on their axes. The suns move around greater central points, and these are believed to move around still greater, and so on, ad infinitum. The molecules of which the particular kinds of matter are composed are in a state of constant vibration and movement around each other and against each other. The molecules are composed of atoms, which likewise are in a state of constant movement and vibration. The atoms are composed of corpuscles, sometimes called electrons, ions, etc., which also are in a state of rapid motion, revolving around each other, and which manifest a very rapid state and mode of vibration. And so we see that all forms of matter manifest vibration in accordance with the Hermetic principle of vibration. And so it is with the various forms of energy. Science teaches that light, heat, magnetism, and electricity are but forms of vibratory motion connected in some way with, and probably emanating from, the ether. Science does not as yet attempt to explain the nature of the phenomena known as cohesion, which is the principle of molecular attraction, nor chemical affinity, which is the principle of atomic attraction, nor gravitation, the greatest mystery of the three, which is the principle of attraction by which every particle or mass of matter is bound to every other particle or mass. These three forms of energy are not as yet understood by science, yet the writers incline to the opinion that these too are manifestations of some form of vibratory energy, a fact which the Hermetists have held and taught for ages past. The universal ether, which is postulated by science without its nature being understood clearly, is held by the Hermetists to be but a higher manifestation of that which is erroneously called matter. That is to say, matter at a higher degree of vibration, and is called by them the ethereal substance. The Hermetists teach that this ethereal substance is of extreme tenuity and elasticity, and pervades universal space, serving as a medium of transmission of waves of vibratory energy, such as heat, light, electricity, magnetism, etc. The teachings are that the ethereal substance is a connecting link between the forms of vibratory energy known as matter, on the one hand, and energy or force on the other, and also that it manifests a degree of vibration in rate and mode entirely its own. Scientists have offered the illustration of a rapidly moving wheel, top, or cylinder to show the effects of increasing rates of vibration. The illustration supposes a wheel, top, or revolving cylinder running at a low rate of speed. We will call this revolving thing the object in following out the illustration. Let us suppose the object moving slowly. It may be seen readily, but no sound of its movement reaches the ear. The speed is gradually increased. In a few moments, its movement becomes so rapid that a deep growl or low note may be heard. Then, as the rate is increased, the note rises one in the musical scale. Then, the motion being still further increased, the next highest note is distinguished. Then, one after another, all the notes of the musical scale appear, rising higher and higher as the motion is increased. Finally, when the motions have reached a certain rate, the final note perceptible to human ears is reached, and the shrill, piercing shriek dies away, and silence follows. No sound is heard from the revolving object, the rate of motion being so high that the human ear cannot register the vibrations. Then comes the perception of rising degrees of heat. Then, after quite a time, the eye catches a glimpse of the object becoming a dull, dark, reddish color. As the rate increases, the red becomes brighter. Then, as the speed is increased, the red melts into an orange. Then the orange melts into a yellow. Then follow successively the shades of green, blue, indigo, and finally violet as the rate of speed increases. Then the violet shades away and all color disappears, the human eye not being able to register them. But there are invisible rays emanating from the revolving object, the rays that are used in photographing and other subtle rays of light. Then begin to manifest the peculiar rays known as the X-rays, etc., as the constitution of the object changes. Electricity and magnetism are emitted when the appropriate rate of vibration is attained. When the object reaches a certain rate of vibration, its molecules disintegrate and resolve themselves into the original elements or atoms. Then the atoms, following the principle of vibration, are separated into the countless corpuscles of which they are composed. And finally, even the corpuscles disappear, and the object may be said to be composed of the ethereal substance. Science does not dare to follow the illustration further, but the Hermetists teach that if the vibrations be continually increased, the object would mount up the successive states of manifestation, and would in turn manifest the various mental stages, and then on spiritward, until it would finally re-enter the All, which is absolute spirit. The object, however, would have ceased to be an object long before the stage of ethereal substance was reached, but otherwise the illustration is correct, inasmuch as it shows the effect of constantly increased rates and modes of vibration. It must be remembered, in the above illustration, that at the stages at which the object throws off vibrations of light, heat, etc., it is not actually resolved into those forms of energy, which are much higher in the scale, but simply that it reaches a degree of vibration in which those forms of energy are liberated in a degree from the confining influences of its molecules, atoms, and corpuscles, as the case may be. These forms of energy, although much higher in the scale than matter, are imprisoned and confined in the material combinations by reason of the energies manifesting through and using material forms, but thus becoming entangled and confined in their creations of material forms, which to an extent is true of all creations, the creating force becoming involved in its creation. But the Hermetic teachings go much further than do those of modern science. They teach that all manifestations of thought, emotion, reason, will, or desire, or any mental state or condition, are accompanied by vibrations, a portion of which are thrown off and which tend to affect the minds of other persons by induction. This is the principle which produces the phenomena of telepathy, mental influence, and other forms of the action and power of mind over mind, with which the general public is rapidly becoming acquainted, owing to the wide dissemination of occult knowledge by the various schools, cults, and teachers along these lines at this time. Every thought, emotion, or mental state has its corresponding rate and mode of vibration, and by an effort of the will of the person or of other persons, These mental states may be reproduced, just as a musical tone may be reproduced by causing an instrument to vibrate at a certain rate, just as color may be reproduced in the same way. By a knowledge of the principle of vibration as applied to mental phenomena, one may polarize his mind at any degree he wishes, thus gaining a perfect control over his mental states, moods, etc. In the same way, he may affect the minds of others, producing the desired mental states in them. In short, he may be able to produce on the mental plane that which science produces on the physical plane, namely, vibrations at will. This power, of course, may be acquired only by the proper instruction, exercises, practice, etc., the science being that of mental transmutation, one of the branches of the Hermetic art. A little reflection on what we have said will show the student that the principle of vibration underlies the wonderful phenomena of the power manifested by the masters and adepts, who are able to apparently set aside the laws of nature, but who, in reality, are simply using one law against another, one principle against others, and who accomplish their results by changing the vibrations of material objects or forms of energy, and thus perform what are commonly called miracles. As one of the old Hermetic writers has truly said, he who understands the principle of vibration has grasped the scepter of power. Chapter 10. Polarity. Everything is dual. Everything has poles. Everything has its pair of opposites. Like and unlike are the same. Opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. Extremes meet. All truths are but half-truths. All paradoxes may be reconciled. The Kabbalion. The great fourth Hermetic principle, the principle of polarity, embodies the truth that all manifested things have two sides, two aspects, two poles, a pair of opposites, with manifold degrees between the two extremes. The old paradoxes, which have ever perplexed the mind of man,
Busy
are
Slim.
explained by an understanding of this principle.
Bro,
Man has always recognized.
I've been waiting on you. Got to give you the update. Bro, I realized I was a mess yesterday. I was an absolute mess. And I think it was you who said anxiety. And boy, that hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what I was going through. Didn't even know what the fuck it was. But yeah, I played it smooth. And it went good. It went so good. She asked would I be her Valentine. Good shit, man. It really was. And I appreciate the conversation. As a matter of fact, yeah, she ended up watching it. But yeah, it's all good. It's goody good. I think I'm gonna drop my my guard down. Cautiously. You know? Can't be all nose wide open and shit. Yeah. So all the shit I was worried about, I was just, I was probably really, I don't think I was exaggerating. I think I was just thinking too far in the future. Like, had I continued to do shit like that, then yeah, it would have left me in a bad situation. Yeah. So it's like, I don't know. Shit like that is a big freaking um direction shift. You know, that's some shit I gotta fit into my schedule, and I think I can do it. Definitely. I think so too, bro. I think so too. But you're right. As time goes on, man, it's like the pool of good people, like genuine, sincere people with like uncorrupted, toxic social media type drama lives. Oh man. Um yeah, this is a definitely a diamond. That's why I almost want to smack myself. Like, no matter, I think what it was, I was more so scared than wanting to bite the bullet. So now I don't have to be mad at myself, because I can be hard on myself on a lot of shit. And I do that because I have to push myself. Like, nobody's pushing me. Nobody's, in my corner like, yeah, come on. So I have to motivate myself. And that's a form of motivation. It's like tough love. Yeah, I'm gonna make some time. I'm going to do that. And balance is key. And I've been manifesting like some outstanding things in life. And this kind of lines up with those things I've been manifesting. It just, I don't know. I guess it came kind of unexpectedly. I don't know. But hey, whatever. It is what it is, and I'm glad it is. But I appreciate the conversation that we had, man. It really helped out. See, the universe always knows what we need. There's I feel like if you've got a sincere heart to just be a good person, however you construe being a good person, if you just throughout the day try to make every decision it's the best decision. I feel like the universe just it's like you're you're floating on the wave of the universe. You know, it's like everything's going smooth. Even if it seems like something's bad happening, nah, that's nothing bad. That's just you know, some shit along the way. But when you're riding the wave of the universe, that's when a lot of weird things and synchronicities will happen, and you're like, you know, damn, that's a coincidence, or damn, that was weird, or you know, damn, it's weird that I met this person, or I spoke to so and so, and no, it don't be coincidences. That just be evidences of the universe working some shit out that you've been thinking about. Appreciate you, man. I am too. I am too. Shit, I'll probably have another update for y'all next weekend. And bro, when I tell you she a baby doll, she is a fucking baby doll. Beautiful as fuck. And like 5 foot. I don't even think she's 5 foot.